anything illegitimate that like we could actually talk about, people just decide to act like she's not a black woman when she is. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, why are we still having this conversation? Like, that people are denying that she's a black woman. Like, this is ridiculous, honestly. Sray, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sray. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jay Lee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Jay Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sort of like 50-50. I'm still like learning, you know, I'm young, right? So like,
if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay.
Okay. And
what's your
and
birth
the only
year
reason
again?
why, you said what?
What's your birth year again?
0503 6.
And you said you're how old?
18 or 19. Yo, my bad. I have, dude, I'm nervous. My bad. It's my first time like talking to you.
Okay. What was the?
My bad.
Okay. So. Okay.
But like, can I tell you why? Like, I would vote for Donald Trump.
Why would you vote for Donald Trump?
Okay, so like, just because like when Biden was in office and Kamala was in charge of the border, I heard that she sold like the rest of all of his wall material for like 20 cents to the dollar, which I feel like is like a major waste of material and assets, right? Because we were spending a lot of money towards that wall. On top of that, like I also think Trump's tariffs are a pretty good idea just because I'm in manufacturing myself. I'm a welder, right? So like I work in a shop. I kind of see the impacts of having tariffs and not having tariffs. And I've worked in shops that have used a lot of like cheap Chinese equipment, you know, cheap and stuff. Work in that type of environment, it breaks down, and then when you call the technician, you can't understand them, and you're working through a translator, and oh, my internet's really bad. My bad.
What, so this is something called a market. When did it cut out? There's something called a market. If it is the case that you would prefer to buy materials or goods from a different country, you could do that. If you specifically want to buy from a certain country, but then you can't understand them, well, then you can find ways to try to understand them, given that you wanted to buy from them. That's what a free market is. Okay, so could you tell me what tariffs are?
Tariffs are like, essentially like, I suppose like taxing imports, you know what I mean? Like, so anything imported from China, we have to pay an extra, you know, what, 3-4% on it.
So it's a tax on an imported good, right? And if it is the case that it's a tax on an imported good, who pays that tax?
What? Sorry, what'd you say?
Who pays the tax?
What do you mean on each side? Doesn't our country pay the tax?
So it would be the American businesses importing the product, and then it's passed down to the American consumer.
Right. And like all I'm saying is like I just feel like it's better to have more American-made things, you know what I mean, instead of buying things from other countries, right? Because like, I mean, if you compare,
so why doesn't Trump do that in his own businesses?
What do you mean?
Yeah, if you go to the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, you'll see things in the gift shop that are literally made in China.
Well, right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's for Trump's business and he's dealing with it himself on the unfair imports, I mean, he kind of understands what it means. I mean, it's a fair deal, right? I'm asking you because I'm still learning, right? I'm not trying to like tell you anything, but you know what I mean.
So then, like, you understand that clearly is in accordance with his view that he wants to make everything in the United States if he and his own businesses doesn't even, you know, get products that are made in America. Like literally you could look at his mugs, they're made in China.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with getting anything from like China. I'm just saying there's something wrong with like the imports. Like, can you tell me what was the import rate?
If it's made in China, that means it's an import.
Well, right. I'm saying, what were the rates from, importing things to China, from China importing things to here? Like what
Like,
was it?
what
'Cause
is our
now it's
current tariff on
50%.
them? Is that what you're asking?
No, what were they before?
Well, under Biden, there wasn't a universalized tariff.
Well, what were the import rates? Like, what were we getting taxed on compared to them?
The level of
Like
imports,
import.
we'd have to wait to see on the annual basis what the level of imports were on an annual basis. Do you want me to compare on a monthly basis? The level
Sure,
of
like, I
imports?
mean, I guess.
I guess I could. Why is that relevant to us right now?
I mean, we're just talking about tariffs. I don't know.
Yeah, but we were talking about why doesn't Trump specifically use, right, American-made products only?
Well, because I'm saying there's nothing wrong with Chinese products. I'm just saying, like,
So then why are you
in a
tariffing?
in a manufacturing standpoint, right? Like, there's nothing like if people making those like dolls here in America, right? Let's say all their machinery is from China, right? If anything breaks down or anything goes wrong, they have to call that Chinese technician, and then somebody's got to work with that technician who doesn't know English. Like, I've dealt with it firsthand, and it's really frustrating. Downtime takes forever. I mean, and
Wait,
then,
I'm sorry. So in a free market, you can choose to buy another product.
right? I just feel like it's easier for the employee to work with more American-made products.
Okay.
I feel like for like a CEO,
I just want to let you know a few things here. One, right, it is the case that that's determined by them in terms of what they consider to be profitable from their respect. So if you want something differently, well, then in the context of a free market, you'd have to, again, engage in a different trade. Secondly, you said that there was nothing wrong with products specifically from China, but then you claimed that there were things that were wrong with products from China. Do you realize that you just contradicted
some
yourself?
products.
And also, do you know something
Some
called
products.
Google Translate?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Like, working through that is so annoying. Like,
Then,
it's a little
then go and learn
frustrating.
Chinese.
That's all I'm saying.
Then learn Chinese.
That's even harder. It just makes my job a lot harder. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Just
okay,
from
so it's too hard for you? Okay.
an employee standpoint, I feel like it's much easier to machine things and work with parts that are made from America. You know what I mean? Because the manuals, all
Then
in
tell that to your
English.
employer. Don't tell that to the country.
But that's kind of like the deal, dude. Like, yeah, of course they're gonna buy the cheaper option, right? Because it's more cost effective. But like, I'm just saying, from an employee standpoint, I wish that my employer would invest in more American machines, like
Then
mills.
you shouldn't be talking to me about this.
CNC
Go talk to the business owner.
Dude, what I did is I ended up just leaving that company and ended up going to a company with more American.
Okay. There you
made
go.
machines.
Free market. There you go.
I
You
mean,
did it. You go to a different company. There you go. Boom.
But then I suppose that's just why I would support Trump, right? I mean, I
What?
suppose we
Why?
just have
Well, that has
different
nothing to
views
do
on
with
it.
supporting Trump because you're asking for tariffs. If you already went to a company that specifically
Because
already
that's
does that,
forcing
well, then your
companies
problem
to
is
buy more
fixed, right?
American-made products.
What's
What do
that?
you mean? That's forcing companies to buy more American-made products. If there's 50% imports on China,
We don't
why would
want
anybody
that.
buy anything from
We
China?
don't want that because we want overall better products.
Well, I want that. You see, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just like
Why?
really
Why do you
disagree.
want
But then
that? Because you want to make yourself pay more money in
I just-
taxes?
I just told you that I don't pay much more in taxes,
You will because of tariffs.
and it's only
And you
a
are because of
temporary give.
tariffs.
It's like Trump's playing chess or checkers while they playing chess. You know what I mean? But no, okay. I suppose.
Yeah, dude, Trump is playing checkers while they're playing chess. I totally agree.
Listen. All right, and like back to like Kamala. Why I don't
Kamala.
really Kamala. I guess like I'm not gonna hate on her, because I don't know much about her, right? I mean, I guess I hear a lot of people hating on her. I need to look more into her, right? But what I have heard is that she wasn't securing the border very well, and I just don't agree with that because I don't really agree with illegal immigration, right? I think it's a big problem in America, especially in California. Like, I live here in Minnesota, so like,
Well,
I
why do you
mean-
say California? I live in California, immigration is amazing. So if you want to talk about securing the border,
Well, illegal immigration. Immigration is amazing.
Kamala Harris was never something called a border czar. That was a made-up term specifically by Republicans to try to act like she had some authority over the border that would have made her or given her the ability to secure the entirety of the border. Her only role specifically with the context of immigration was to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, which she raised over $5 billion in private funds to do so.
Well, weren't more illegal immigrants coming into the country under Kamala compared to, under Trump?
There were more people coming to the country overall because of the fact that there was economic insecurity due to the pandemic, right, and supply chain issues around the world and inflation. And then there was also a backlog from people during COVID. You understand that that's why more people were coming right later, because it is the case that they didn't come during the context of the pandemic.
Well, we had essentially open borders too under him.
No, what does it mean to have open borders?
Not securing the borders much at all, right? Like selling the wall for I don't want to throw numbers out there, I don't know, but she sold the wall for very cheap to the dollar.
Okay, so open borders. How about this? So open borders, you determine whether or not there's an open border based upon the amount of people crossing?
I mean, I shouldn't say open border, very unsecured borders.
Okay, so again, so then let's address this. So an unsecured border would be something that there would be higher levels of border crossings, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know that under the end of Trump's first admin, he had higher levels of daily border crossings than the end of the Biden administration? So actually, Trump inherited a more secure border than he gave over to Biden. Did you know that? And by the way, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
I'm not trying to go out. I have to go back to work in 5 minutes, but I have to go back to work in 5 minutes. But I lost my train of thought. What'd you say? Oh, you said Trump inherited a more secure border?
Yes.
I don't think that's true at all, because under Trump, we have deported, Trump
just inherited it from Biden. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. After Biden's 4 years, it was very unsecure. I mean, there's so many more illegal immigrants than there ever was before. Am I wrong, or I'm just trying to tell you, don't give me that face. What?
Okay, dude, I'm telling you, I want you to listen here real quick. Okay, Biden, at the end of his admin, had a lower daily average crossings, right, than the end of Trump's admin in his first term. Meaning the border that Biden inherited, under your perspective, was more secure than the border that he handed over to Trump in 2025 here.
See, I didn't know that. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why we talk, right?
Yeah, that's exactly why we talk. So then, for example, then would you agree with me that then, right, the idea that it's an unsecure border was probably not true?
Sure, yeah. I can agree with that. Like I said, I just kind of get my information from all over the place, right? Just from
So then to clarify, Trump inherited a secure border.
I'd have to do my own research on that, right? Or look into that more. But obviously you know more than me, so yeah. I'd say that Trump definitely inherited a more secure border from Biden.
Okay.
So, that's kind of why I wanted to come on here and talk to you. I wanted to make it clear, I'm learning, right? Trying to figure it out. So, I have till 2028 to make my decision, so.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Parker, for talking to me.
Appreciate you. He did just get a flag anyway, so I had to kick him anyway. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. You want to support
Haters
me?
too.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Angelique, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Madeline, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. Jeanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Nico, thank you for the $1. I got you. I'm so sorry. I didn't see that. I have the Shure SM7DB. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? What's up, man? I'm 18, bro.
Thank you for the box surprise, Victoria. Thank you. What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
What month? January 10th, 2007.
For sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump, without question. Without question.
Okay, why so? Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
What is
Why so?
Kamala?
Kamala.
My bad. Oh, what has Kamala done that
Kamala.
has been good? Like, she hasn't done anything good. She hasn't done anything good at all. Like, to be honest. And first of all, I don't even think she should have been in the presidential election. I think it should have been Biden. I would have rather had Biden over Kamala, if I'm being completely honest.
Kamala, by the way. That's an insane take, by the way. So you said that she didn't do any good. Can you name one thing that JD Vance has done as vice president, for example?
Well, there's not really, vice president, he's vice president, he kind of can't really do much as vice president.
Well, so then why don't you apply that exact same reasoning to Kamala Harris, given that she was vice president? But I just want to let you know, she had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. She also raised over five.
Listen, I got a serious question. All right. Like,
why are you cutting me off?
Do you think Charlie Kirk deserved what happened, bro? Charlie Kirk was a great guy,
Do you just want me to kick you? Because you just randomly said that? Was that supposed to be a rage bait or something? Charlie Kirk's not a good guy. What happened to him was not good. I don't think that because he's a bad guy that justifies that happening to him. Now, can you address everything that we just said?
Well, I'm addressing that Kamala is a scumbag. Should have never even been. Is a scumbag. She would have ruined.
By the way, you say that about Kamala Harris, but you won't say that about Charlie Kirk. Is crazy, by the way. Secondly, can you explain to me how Kamala Harris
Kirk was a great dude. You want to know why? Tell me why the whole world supports Charlie Kirk, and the only people that don't support.
It's just not true. No, please stop. Can you just engage with something actually legitimate? Tell me why you think Kamala Harris is a scumbag under your view. Unmute yourself and tell me why.
I can't
You should change your name.
I can't
unmute.
Tyler.
You should change your name then, Tyler.
Yo, why? Ain't nobody changing my name. My name is Tyler. I don't care about none of that. People saying I'm racist. Like, y'all are crazy. Y'all are weird.
Do you want to tell me why
you're fan?
You said that Kamala Harris is a scumbag. Can you tell me why you think that?
She's not, bro. Trump has done 1,000 times more than Kamala has ever done, bro.
Kamala.
It's just like common sense.
Can you name two?
You gotta have common sense, bro.
How about this? Name one Trump economic policy that he influenced to get passed that you like and you think was beneficial to the middle class.
Hey, all I gotta say is them egg prices are cheap as hell, boy.
Eggs are more expensive, right?
No, they're not. Not where I'm from.
Man. The only reason they could have been more expensive at a certain point during Biden was because of bird flu, which has nothing to do with Biden. But if you want to reference overall prices have gone up in the economy.
Dementia.
Okay, you don't know what dementia is.
Biden damn near has dementia.
You don't even know what dementia is.
He damn near has dementia.
You don't even know what that is.
Where you forget everything.
Okay. So then how do you identify that someone has dementia?
Or you can just tell, bro. Like, they don't remember anything. They don't remember anything.
How many branches of government are there?
35, bro.
So you seemingly don't remember that. That's interesting.
Well, the government
I'm
sucks.
confused. By the way, not remembering some things is not dementia, okay? My grandma literally died, right? And one of the things that led to her dying was dementia, right? So for people to sit here and to act like that, like that's dementia is ridiculous. It honestly is. Like, you don't know what dementia is. You are not qualified in determining that someone has dementia.
Tell me why Biden dropped out of the presidential race, bro. Tell me why he dropped out of the presidential race, bro. Tell me why. Because he's literally old as dirt, bro. He's old as dirt.
Wait.
He cannot
you can acknowledge that he's
bro.
old. Being old and having dementia are different things. You agree?
He damn near had dementia. He don't remember anything.
By the way,
bro.
So,
he don't have a single thought.
You don't know what dementia is. You can't even determine what dementia is.
He doesn't have a single thought going through his mind whatsoever, and you would rather have him as
he has more
President
thoughts
Trump.
going through his mind than you. I'm genuinely serious. Joe Biden is significantly more coherent than you. I'm serious, dude. You have yet to give me a single coherent thought on my live stream yet.
I gave you some pretty good thoughts, bro.
I'm waiting. Give me a single coherent thought. I haven't heard one yet.
Those are some good thoughts, bro. Kamala is
Kamala. Hey, just
Kamala
say Harris.
has been irrelevant.
Wait,
forever,
say Harris.
Bro.
Say Harris. You can't say Kamala, so say Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Do it one more time and I'll kick you.
Because I'm saying Kamala Harris. I thought you loved Kamala Harris.
So he's totally rage baiting. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. So crazy. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, there's many reasons. But I'd like to say one thing before we go into this. Every time somebody starts debating you and they're ahead of you, you kick them off when they start proving their points.
No, I don't kick people off when they start proving their points. The reason why people on my live got kicked off so far was because they violated terms of service and they got flagged by TikTok. So that was the reason.
Well, that's not what it looks like to me.
Okay, well, I don't care what it looks like to you. That's what it was.
I know you don't care. You don't care about nobody else. And a lot of your information that you get, you don't go get the information. You're just going by what somebody else says.
Yeah, like data and stuff from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and what economists say and what medical professionals indicate.
Trump's administration has done proven that they've been given wrong data to make themselves look good on the Democratic side.
It's not true. Let me ask you this question, Hank Hill. Do you think that Tylenol causes autism?
It absolutely can, yes.
So there's no evidence of this at all, right? That there's a causal link between specifically Tylenol and autism, and actually saying that there's no downsides towards pregnant individuals not taking Tylenol is actually extremely harmful, because there are definitely negative outcomes that can come from maternal fever, like fever not being treated.
Let me ask you this. Do you still believe that ivermectin is not helpful with COVID?
Okay, Hank Hill, where'd you get that source from?
I'm asking you a question, yes or no?
What source?
I just asked you a question.
What source shows that it's effective? No, I don't believe it.
I'm asking you what you believe.
No, I don't believe that it's effective. Can you tell me what source shows that it's effective?
So what does ivermectin do? Do you know?
Yes. It's an antiviral.
What?
So can you tell me? Can you answer my question?
So it don't help nothing?
For example, it's a horse dewormer. So like it helps horses. Or
it helps
antiparasitic, not antiviral. I don't know why I said antiviral. I meant to say antiparasitic.
Yeah, I know.
I apologize.
You're going by what people tell you. I understand.
Of course. What you think that I found that out myself? You think I coined the term?
Yeah, I think that maybe you should go try it yourself and see if it works on you. If it don't work on you, then you can say
I'm good. I don't want to try it on myself. You can do that to yourself.
And that's the problem. You're spreading false information.
What false information am I spreading?
You are spreading false information. For one, saying that Kamala Harris is a good, better. What? How are you pronouncing it?
Kamala. You could just say Harris.
Kamala Harris would be better than Trump as president. That's false information. Totally false.
Wait, say that.
Your
Repeat
party-
that. Sorry. Repeat that. Sorry, I was reading something.
I said that's false information for you to be spreading that she would be better than Donald Trump as president.
That's not false information, man.
Absolutely, it's false for the simple fact she was appointed to where she was at. She wasn't even voted for from your people. What do you say about that?
She was voted.
That's
for.
not true.
Yeah, she was. We voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, meaning that Harris steps up if Biden steps down. That's just the reality. She was voted in.
That's not true, and you know it. See, there's
true.
more false information on your side.
There's no false.
That's why you was beat. Why do you think you was beat?
Wait, can you give me a source for your claim that ivermectin is beneficial for fighting COVID? Can I have a source for that?
I'm your source. I tried it. I'm your source.
You did it yourself? That's not a source,
Yes.
bro. That's not a source,
so
bro.
I'm not
that
a
would
source.
also be a
It's just-
correlation causation fallacy.
Hold on. It's just a source on who
There's
you
no
believe.
way. By the way, do not do that. You did not. Please do not do that. If anyone's listening to this, do not do what this guy just did. That is absolutely horrible advice. Do not listen to this guy. I'm serious. Please trust your doctors. Go look at science. Use studies. Right? Don't just fucking literally see a Facebook post and then decide to put fucking ivermectin in your body to fight COVID. Sources, trust me, bro, man.
Hey, what did you say ivermectin is for?
It's an anti-parasitic.
Right. So you're saying that humans don't get parasites?
You know, maybe it will be helpful for you fighting MAGA.
Hold on. Now, does it or not? Do humans get parasites?
Yeah, that's why you believe in MAGA.
So why would you not take an anti-parasite?
Well, I wouldn't need to because I don't believe in MAGA.
We know you don't, and that shows how
I'm sorry though. Wait, do you think COVID-19 is a parasite?
It basically could be. Do you know what it is?
No, dude, yes, I know what it is. It's not. It is. It is not. Dude, hold on. Hold on. I know what it is. It is not. It is not a parasite. Okay, that's what I know. I know damn well that COVID-19 is not a parasite. Can you tell me what a parasite is?
So let me ask you this: it's something that lives off a host. Let me ask you this: when you go get the dog, do you have any pets at all? I'm trying to be straight up with you here. Do you have any pets?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you not ever give them shots, or do you rely on the vet to do everything? Probably what you do, I'm sure.
Well, technically, they're just like my family's. Like not my family's, my girlfriend's family. Like I still consider them my dogs because they're so amazing.
Someone takes care of them by giving them medicine, making sure that
and vaccines. Shots, you know, we believe in science.
Yeah, I understand. Well, you do know that the vaccine you give them there's a COVID vaccine for the dogs, right?
What? Say that again, actually.
There is a COVID vaccine for dogs as well.
Okay.
There's also ivermectin for dogs.
Why are you telling me this? Can you answer my question? What source do you actually have that ivermectin is beneficial for fighting COVID in humans?
I just told you because I've done it myself.
That's not a source. That's not a study.
Why would I not be part of a study or a source?
Because you didn't have any type of testing mechanism in the context of you taking it, right? It could just be a correlation causation fallacy.
I know if I feel better if I'm alive.
Dude, that's like saying that like someone felt better after they jumped out of an airplane in terms of specifically like COVID-19. Therefore, jumping out of an airplane is a cure to COVID-19. Like, get a grip, dude. You need a source. You need an actual source. You need a legitimate verification of factual information.
There's no better source than going through and experimenting on yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry, dude. If you just want to do experiments on yourself, go ahead, man. I don't think you should do that. I think that's a bad thing. You definitely should not be doing that. That's definitely not smart. Push the fire.
But it's smart. It's smart to obey the government.
Well, I have a question. Do you think that dihydrogen monoxide is harmful and shouldn't be put in the water system?
I'm not for sure what that is.
Okay. Valid response, by the way. Valid response right there. Can I ask you though? Like, let's talk more about like Tylenol. Like, why do you think that Tylenol causes autism? What source do you have for that? Did you take Tylenol yourself, or Is that the only way that you qualify whether or not that's true, whether or not it is the case that you could have it? Or can you identify that it is the case that through the context of studies, that studies are what justify it?
How many studies have you went through?
Wait, I look through studies, right? For example, there's one from the context of Sweden where there was 2.5 million children that were looked at, right? And it is the case that it was determined that there was no causal link between Tylenol and autism.
So what do you think Trump's purpose of saying that would be to the people of America? Why would he be telling people that? Why?
And by the way, Chad, there's no shade in having autism. Autism is not something to have shade about. I was bringing that up to show him that like it is the case that you don't identify whether or not a specific thing comes from right a certain drug or something that you try through the context of doing it yourself, and that he would be able to justify that from his own perspective, that because he thinks other people would have autism, that he thinks that's from other outside information that he didn't do himself. So that is important also to clarify.
Did you hear what I just said?
No, I didn't. Go ahead.
I said, what purpose would Trump have spreading that false information across the United States? What purpose would that serve?
What purpose would it serve that he spreads false information?
About the Tylenol creating autism. What purpose?
You ask yourself that. I don't think that there is.
I
think it harms the country.
You're a genius, Pete. I'm asking you.
Distracting away from the Epstein files?
Oh, God. Is that the best response you have for a genius?
I mean, if you consider me a genius, then yeah.
No, you consider yourself a genius.
I don't consider myself a genius.
Yes, you do. Absolutely.
No, I don't.
You think you got you got all the answers to all the problems. Yeah, you do.
I don't think I do.
For anybody to sit there and say what you said a minute ago tells me all I need to know about you saying that Charlie Kirk wasn't a good man. I'd like to know how you figure that. What did he do to not be a good man?
You're pivoting away from what we were just talking about. We can talk.
Yeah, because that's really been on my mind since you said that. I just like you to answer.
Cool.
How is he a bad person?
And have it keep being on your mind, man. Can you address the points I was talking about in terms of Tylenol? Like, can you address that? Like, you don't have any basis in evidence to believe that it is the case that Tylenol leads to autism. Like Tylenol usage during pregnancy, by the way.
For one thing, when did he say that? How many days ago?
Literally yesterday.
Yeah. So do you think I just got on there and started researching that? I don't have nobody in my family with autism. What reason would I have to research that?
Because the president said it.
So everything the president says, you should go in and just start researching right away?
Yeah, you research, of course. And also there are literally doctors and medical professionals that have made TikToks that you can watch. If you were even scrolling on your phone, you would have saw things.
Yeah, and and there's doctors and other medical field that says the same thing Trump says. So what is your...
Like such as?
Do you know?
Wait, such as?
Well, I mean, there's ones that fight it and there's ones that's with it.
Wait, tell me, which doctors? Which doctors out there are saying that Tylenol usage during pregnancy is causing autism? Please tell me.
Well, I mean, there's no way I can get on the internet right now, but I don't get you on my phone, but I can promise you 100% I can find one.
Oh, promise me 100%. No, go for it. Look for it right now. I'll thank some people in the meantime. Angela, thank you so much for the $5. Nina with the $5. Thank you. Jay Lee, thank you for the $10. Nina with the $2. Sray, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Sray, thank you. Jay Lee with the $10. Philip with the $5. Melissa, thank you for the $3. Winnie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Winnie. Mitch, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the $5. Thank you. Nathan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tracy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Tracy. I really appreciate you. 2 W's for Tracy in the comment section right now. Thank you. Jeannie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Sray with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Sray in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Feisty with the $10. JB with the $10. Jeffrey with the $5. And Simon, thank you so much for the $10. As well as Darling, thank you for the $2. Thank you. As well as if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody.
Hey, I'd like to ask you something.
Go ahead. Actually, you just
Why
got
did I
flagged
get a-
for misinformation. So, Jesse, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. I can't even say that they're wrong. I can't even say that they're wrong. That is brutal, chat. That is brutal. Pontificate, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yes.
For sure. Why is that?
I mean, I just agree with a lot of his policies. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I do not understand a ton of the economic issues. I mostly wanted to chat about the Tylenol stuff, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I have a 5-year-old daughter who we haven't officially diagnosed her yet, but she has a major sensitivity to red dye, which is in Tylenol. I mean, I'm pregnant right now. I take Tylenol. I think that autism is a genetic thing. I don't think that anything really causes it, but I think that red dye definitely like exacerbates it, if that makes sense.
Okay. So, so we were talking about Tylenol and the usage of pregnancy. So it seems like you don't think that Tylenol and the usage of pregnancy specifically is causing autism, correct?
Oh, yeah, correct.
Okay. So that's the conversation we were having.
Okay.
That's related to like Donald Trump specifically, like the position that he was outlining. So given that you do disagree with that, because he said there was no negative outcomes from not taking Tylenol, which there are, right? Like untreated maternal fever, right? Or for anyone specifically who is pregnant, that definitely would lead to worse outcomes in terms of the health of the individual and the pregnancy.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that there's really any direct link between medications and vaccines and stuff with it, because I truly believe it's a genetic issue. But I do think that there's things like red dye that make it worse.
Okay. I guess I just don't know why that would be relevant specifically to this. Do you have any like scientific evidence of that, I guess?
No, it's honestly just watching my daughter and other kids who are affected by it. It can just amp it up. I don't have any backing for it.
Sure. Then that wouldn't be like a good thing to say on a live in front of over 11,000 people if you can't verify the information. So at least from our standpoint, we don't have reason specifically to believe something unless we have evidence of that. I guess why would you bring that up in that context? I don't really see that relation.
I guess I was misinformed and I misunderstood what was happening. I just hopped on here and heard that part of the discussion, so that was my bad. I apologize.
For sure, you're fine. So then, why do you support Donald Trump then?
I like his policies. As far as, again, I don't really understand. I'm not educated on the economics part of everything. I'm really not. I know little bits, but I support his pro or anti-abortion stance, and just things that he's said with that. I'm very anti-abortion, and so I like that policy that he put in place.
Do you think that abortion should be illegal?
I mean, yes, honestly, I'm anti-abortion in all cases.
In all cases?
Yes.
Like, even if like a 10-year-old kid was assaulted?
So I've always wanted to have this conversation because I live in Idaho, so it's a very red state, so I don't really have a lot of people to talk to on the opposing end. But like, I take that as, no, obviously it's not okay for children to be assaulted or raped or anything like that. I don't support that. But I also can't punish the child that that person is carrying.
Wait, so you think the 10-year-old kid should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy, and they should not be
I
allowed to
don't
get
think
access
that
to an abortion?
I don't think that she should be forced. I think that she should understand what's going on.
Okay, so then if she shouldn't be forced, then there should be no law restricting them from getting access to abortion.
So, also, not saying it doesn't happen, because it does, but it's very rare. Like, you have to have started. I don't know what's going to get me flagged and what's not.
So in those circumstances, right, they didn't cause the pregnancy. They're a child, right? They were
Yes.
assaulted. So why do they have an obligation to sustain the pregnancy?
Because that's still a life that they're carrying.
So I have a question then. Do you think that if the pregnant individual's life is at risk, that in that context they should be forced to go through the pregnancy? That they shouldn't be able to get an abortion?
I believe, I take it with life as the mother. Like, I'm someone who has had multiple miscarriages and an ectopic pregnancy. So, you know, as far as life of the mother goes, when she's further along, she needs to have a C-section, and that would end it. Like, she doesn't need to.
Wait,
I don't know what's
to
going to get me
clarify,
flagged, so I don't know the trigger words.
If they need to get an abortion to save,
If it was a thing, then yes. But it's
Okay.
not.
it is. You don't think it's a thing that people need abortions to be able to get, like, to survive?
No, they can have a C-section.
Wait, you understand that prior to the point of viability, that's not possible, right?
No, then it's called a DNC.
Prior to the point of viability, there is no ability for it to survive outside of the context of the womb. So the idea that like any C-section would specifically like save the fetus wouldn't make sense at that point.
Well, I mean, a C-section would obviously remove the baby, right? And so that would be, the threat would be over at that point.
Wait, say that again?
Okay, so if a woman has a C-section,
Wait, prior to the point of viability, which you said a DNC, an abortion, right?
yeah, a DNC would be considered removing,
So okay, so
I
then
mean,
like,
the baby's.
so you think abortion should be allowed if it is to save the life of the pregnant individual?
I mean, I'm obviously not explaining myself very well, and I apologize for that. No, I don't think that abortion is ever okay. So I'm just gonna, I stick with that.
Here, how about this? Do you think it should be illegal for people to get access to an abortion when they're going to die?
Yes.
Okay, so it should be legal. Should it be legal for the 10-year-old rape victim to get access to an abortion?
That's such a hard thing, because I mean, as a mother to a daughter, I couldn't imagine having to deal with that. So when it comes, I would be more understanding in the case of rape and other areas. I would be more understanding of it and would be able to better accept it.
So do you think it should be legal then?
I think that the child shouldn't be able to make that decision, but I think that she should at least have a say, if that makes sense. Because we have medical, like,
how about this? Should it be
parents
legal?
make the choices.
Should it be legal to get access to an abortion?
In those certain cases, again, I would understand it more. So yes.
Okay, so it should be legal for them to get access to abortion. So it is their choice. So then the idea specifically then is that then I would keep asking, do you think rape victims in general should be able to get access to an abortion legally?
I guess like my stance would be like that it should always be made an option, but I don't agree that it would be the only option.
So it should be legal, but you disagree with it. Okay, so you could say you disagree, which, I mean, I don't think you should in the context of rape victims, but you could say you disagree, but it should be legal, right? So then I'll ask you this question. Do you think it should be legal in all connotations to get access to an abortion? You could say you disagree with abortion, but do you think it should be legal?
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I think that completely taking it away, that's kind of like that's a little far. I just think that we need to educate a little more and give other options and other resources so that it doesn't get done as much, if that makes sense.
So it sounds like you're pro-choice from a legal perspective, and that's actually what like Kamala Harris's position was. She was essentially saying prior to viability, it's federally protected in terms of a legal right to get access to abortion. And then after that, it's left up to the states. Donald Trump's position is that it's left up to the states at all points. And essentially, it sounds like your position aligns more with Kamala Harris's there. It's not saying that they think abortion is good. It's saying that it should be legal. So it seems like you agree with that respect. So then I guess what would you stand with Donald Trump on?
I don't like abortion at all in forms of birth control. Like, I don't think that is a reason to do it. So again, more forgiving in the cases of rape and other areas. But as far as just you don't want the baby anymore, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, you could say you don't agree with it morally, but it should be legal, right? And
yeah, it should be there as an option. Yes.
Yeah, and I also just want to say, like, no one can afford birth control. Like, abortion is birth control. So like that would be extremely expensive, right? The average American is living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford a random $400 expense. So the idea that they could afford just like, you know, abortions whenever they feel like it is obviously not true.
Okay. So I've heard, like, I've even had, like, I know people who have said, oh, I couldn't financially support them, or I wasn't financially stable or anything like that, so I had an abortion. So I've heard people who have done it for those reasons. Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. But that's not birth control. That's like that's like they're using it over and over and over again, right? It's specifically like they can't afford to have a kid yet. That makes total sense to me. Now again, the whole point of us disagreeing on this is separate from the idea of it being legal or illegal. And you said it should be legal. So that's the necessary conversation, at least in relevance to why you support Trump, because that's the only difference in terms of their policy is whether it should be legal or not legal. So then I guess my question is what policies of Trump's do you support that is like going to be better, right, for like the country in general?
Okay. So just as far as what I do know economically that he's done, I have noticed, like I'm married, I have 2 kids, and I've been not really forced, but I haven't had a choice but to live with my mom because I can't afford rent and I can't afford to live completely independently, right? And I have a job, I work full time, but just since he has become president, I've seen, housing prices decrease, not a ton, obviously, but I have seen them start going down, and food and beverages and just, essentials for living have dropped down in price.
Prices have actually all gone up, and they're increasing at a higher rate than what they were.
Well, it
was 2.3% in April and 2.9% now. No, it's actually across the entire U.S. So
okay.
It was this is on average across the U.S. So it's 2.3% in April and then 2.9% now. So since Liberation Day, when he implemented his tariffs, we've seen upward pressure on prices. So that's what I'm saying is that like tariffs are causing prices to go up. And that's why like housing prices are going to go up, especially because parts of the manufacturing process, right, rely on, imports, stuff that we get from other countries around the world in terms of the development of housing. Plus, interest rates would be able to go down to a greater extent if we didn't have that upward pressure on prices. And Jerome Powell has said this, the chairman of the Federal Reserve has indicated that the reason why they were, hesitant on reducing interest rates as much is because they don't want to put, continued upward pressure on prices that could, lead to great levels of inflation again. Lynn, thank you so much for the Galaxy. But they are willing to, they just did so recently because they're willing to risk that because the jobs report was so bad that they could possibly see stagflation, which means that we have a declining GDP and heightening inflation, because typically when there's a declining GDP, there would be a reduction in prices as well. So if you have both of those, that's like really, really bad for the economy.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm honestly, I'm not overly educated with the economy side of things. I voted for Trump based on, the abortion stance and the fact that I have seen pricing go down. It's gotten a little bit better from what I've seen.
So again, pricing going down within your area would have nothing to do with Donald Trump. Prices have gone up from a overall country standpoint, and that's because of Donald Trump's tariffs. His policies literally do cause inflation, and then you don't agree with him on the abortion policy because, again, remember, you believe it should be legal. So if you believe it should be legal, well, then you're arguing for Kamala Harris's position. You can say you disagree with abortion, but that's separate from the dialogue of what Kamala Harris and Donald Trump disagree on. They disagree on whether or not it should be legal, right? Because Donald Trump thinks it should be left up to the states to determine whether or not it should be legal. And Kamala Harris thinks that it should be federally protected in terms of legal access to abortion prior to viability. And then after viability, it's left up to the states.
Okay, then that was my bad. I misunderstood what her policy was on that. And I think I still, I didn't like how she handled the border and things like that. So I also probably still wouldn't have voted for her, but the abortion stance, yeah, I agree with her on that.
Yeah, what about handling the border? Because we could totally address that.
I mean, I don't agree with illegal. Oh, again, I don't know what's going to get me flagged. I'm sorry. I don't agree with illegals, I guess, coming into the country. Just in general, they need to follow the guidelines to be able to come into America.
So I believe any undocumented immigrant that comes to the country that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. So I actually think it would be worse for our law enforcement to focus on people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are just working here for like a better life. That's not like a threat to our safety and security as a community. Along with the fact that we need our immigration process to go significantly quicker. Right now, it takes too long to go through the immigration process. And then thirdly, Donald Trump is violating people's due process rights, which is protected by the 14th Amendment. Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country is granted equal protection of law and due process rights, meaning that if they commit a crime, they will be put in front of a judge. And if they are put in, and Donald Trump is undermining that because he thinks that it costs too much and takes too long, which would also justify people coming to the country undocumented because it costs too much to go through the legal process and it takes too long to go through the legal process. But again, the reality is that people are applying these standards to undocumented immigrants, but they're not applying it to the president of the United States that they voted for.
Yeah, I actually just recently, not too long ago, learned about the due process stance, the 14th Amendment. I mean, it's been forever since I've been in school, but it's that I don't really understand the whole due process thing. I would love for you to explain more on that for me, if you could, just so that I get a better understanding from clearly someone who understands it.
Yeah, you commit a crime, you go in front of a judge. It's just essentially the process that we use to determine that someone has actually committed the crime.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So essentially, if he can just deport people without due process, he can deport people without even verifying whether or not they're actually a citizen.
Okay.
From a court perspective, by the way.
Right. No, that makes sense. So but it's still like, I mean, there's a pecking order, right? Like we as American citizens, we can't just go into somebody else's country, right? Like we need visas and passports and things like that, or we wouldn't be able to come in. So it's kind of like, shouldn't they have to do the same thing to come into America?
So we want to incentivize people to go through the legal process. I'm not disputing you there. But the way to do that is by making the legal process actually go quicker. Right. And by, providing a pathway to citizenship for those that are in the country that are undocumented, because if the whole goal is to get them to be vetted, well, we're going to increase how many people are actually vetted in the country. If it is the case that we impose a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. Otherwise, they're going to stay in the country undocumented because they don't want to be deported.
OK, that makes sense. I can see your point with that. That's kind of always been my thing, is that, we have to go through all the steps to go into another country. And I agree that 100% we should be able to put a system in place where it does speed up the process. But I just think that they need to take those steps, even if it takes a long time. I just can't justify them coming in illegally. It's a crime, right?
Wait,
I can't justify that.
How could you justify Trump violating the law and not upholding people's due process rights?
I don't justify that either. And again,
So then
I was just educated on that.
Here's my point. Then are you still willing to vote for him, given that you have that understanding?
Probably probably not. I don't agree with everything that he does. He's not perfect. I don't worship the ground he walks on. I know he makes mistakes and he says things he shouldn't. But there are, I would have to, you've made me neutral. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, he's also a convicted criminal. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol. So, I mean, if just it was violating the law that would get you to stop supporting Donald Trump, there's plenty of instances of that.
Right. Which I had a different, like, I had different people telling me kind of what was going on as far as him, like, you know, what he was being convicted and charged for. And so I didn't really understand how all of that worked either. I again kind of went with him more for the immigration policies and for the anti-abortion stance, which you have made more clear to me. And so I think that I would be able to make more of an educated decision going forward.
For sure. So if you could go back in time right now with the information that you have right now, who would you vote for?
Just with the information that I have now, I would probably reconsider and look more into, I can't pronounce her name, so I'm just going to say Harris. I would look more into her policies.
Great. So like at this point, you wouldn't vote for anyone, and you would be leaning maybe towards Harris?
Yes, I would have to educate myself further on where both of them stand as far as policies and economics and things like that go.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go into the next person?
No, I think you're good. I do appreciate what you're doing. I will say, you are very educated, and I've been on a couple of these trying to get to talk to you, and seriously, the Republicans are embarrassing me. So I appreciate you. Not all of us are like that.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. All right, let's get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
All right, so I'm going to give you a little palate cleanser if you want, and if not, then you can kick me off. But I also...
I'm so sorry. I do apologize. I am just looking for some debates right now. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 33. How are you?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
For sure. Why so?
So first off, I am ex-military. I was in the Army for 12 years. I personally see it. I look at Donald Trump and his national security policies as kind of like my anchor. Where we were, I've been under Obama, Biden, Trump, where we were viewed as internationally under Trump versus Obama and Biden, we were respected a lot more, I feel personally, from whether it be Russia, China, North Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like we were just more internationally respected as a nation. I feel like our borders, I was based out of El Paso. I was down at Fort Bliss. That was my first duty station. I seen the travesty that was our border. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually, if we look at confidence rates, public confidence amongst countries around the world, there's a 24 country median specifically done by Pew Research for Donald Trump, and it showed 62% no confidence for Donald Trump and 34% confidence for Trump, whereas for Harris, it was 55% confidence and 33% no confidence.
Well, I will say this. It's really based on the fire that Trump torches it pretty much everybody he talks to. Like, if you don't agree with that man, he will absolutely put your feet to the fire, just like he did at the United Nations yesterday. He I watched the entire thing. Like, he practically said, you guys are a bunch of idiots. But out of respect for, like, again, I'm born and raised in East Tennessee. We tell it like it is. It's truth and facts. There's no intermediate gray area. I like somebody that says, hey, listen, you're kind of screwing us over. Like, you need to stop doing that. Or XYZ is going to happen. And so, yes, like, I look at it like this. If we as a country are getting taken advantage of, whether it be economically, whether it be imports, exports, whether it be the border, whether it be anywhere, again, from Venezuela to Korea or whatever, like, yeah, they're going to like somebody that doesn't hold their feet to the fire. One thing I do,
you're not
again,
understanding, because here, the question that was asked was whether or not they would do the right thing regarding world affairs. So it's public confidence in that they would do the right thing from their own perspective for what is good for the world. So that's actually what the confidence is in.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that the United States should support Ukraine, on a world stage? Do you think that supporting Ukraine is beneficial to the United States?
Yes.
Why is that?
Would you like to read this for us?
Oh, yeah. Again, Donald Trump definitely yesterday, again, I watched the whole United Nations thing. He has turned pivot in support of Ukraine. But and this is one thing that I disagree with Trump on. I don't think that we should be the world's babysitter. I think that Russia should be handled by them over there. I think that we have enough problems going on over here as it is. I don't think that I think that Israel, just like the Israel-Hamas stuff, I believe that they should solve their stuff and we should just figure our own stuff out. I do believe that there should be a level of support internationally from the United States with Israel, but I think that the babysitter title has been labeled on the United States for far too long, dating back to 2001. And even before that. So again, internationally, I think that if somebody can take advantage of the United States, they're obviously going to do that. And if you have a candidate that says, hey, I'm not going to let you do that, then they're obviously not going to support that candidate. Because, again, Harris was not going to implement tariffs. Harris was not going to bring a meeting together with Putin and Zelensky and say, hey, listen, y'all got to figure this shit out. Again, you got one guy that's very actionable, and then you got one person who says, between me and Joe Biden, I can't think of anything I would do differently. Obviously the world is going to go for that candidate because
by the way, you should read her new book that she just came out with. She was talking about specifically in terms of policies. Now, if you would like to mention specifically like things that we were talking about earlier, there's a few things I'd like to address. You think that we're getting taken advantage of, and you brought up imports and exports. What about imports and exports, right? Are we being taken advantage for?
Again, before the Trump administration took office, China had multiple industries and factories on our own farmland that they were making their own products and stuff like that. And again, if you look at the price gouging that they were doing on the imports and exports, economically, they were taking advantage of us because what they should have been paying for the product getting shipped in versus what we were paying to ship it out, and vice versa. Like we were getting screwed over.
We don't pay if they place a tariff on us. Did you know that? It would be their own companies that pass it down to their consumers. Okay, so if we place a tariff on them, that's causing us to pay more. So Donald Trump has caused us to pay more. Good job.
Well, and see, I heard you talking about that with the last person, that the prices of all this stuff has gone up. I don't know where you're from geographically, but just here in East Tennessee, eggs have gone down, groceries across the board has gone down, gas prices have gone down. The rent, at least in this part of the state, has gone down probably. I mean, it may not be much.
I don't know where in these magical places in the United States people are living, but if you look at the overall data, prices of gas have gone up, groceries have gone up, right? And it is going up at a higher rate now because of Trump specifically, because it's now at 2.9%, whereas prior it was 2.3% in April with the Liberation Day tariff. So it would have gone down to a greater extent. We would have had the ability to bring down interest rates to a greater extent if it was the case that Donald Trump did not impose tariffs and put upward pressure on prices. This is not just indicated by me, but also the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell himself.
Okay. I mean, I'm not denying whatever, what you're saying there. What I'm saying is that in my small hick town of East Tennessee, gas prices now are $2.15 to $2.30 a gallon. Whereas in the last 4 years, 5 years, they haven't been less than $2.50, $2.60 a gallon. Now, again, whenever
since Trump got in office, gas prices have gone up.
Not here. That's all I'm saying. It's not here.
They have slightly gone up around the nation.
Yeah,
so again, I don't know where you live, but everywhere else in the nation that's not true.
Well, I think if you look at a national average, it's gonna skew the numbers a little bit because, again, now whenever you have a national average, how many people live?
Wait, so then why was by the way? So it was skewed under Biden too. If you're looking at the national average, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think that. I'll say this.
So then the skewing isn't any different. There's no difference in the skew.
I don't think that the president himself controls if my gas is $2.15 a gallon or $2.30 a gallon. I'm just saying, nationally speaking, whenever you have places like Knoxville versus places like LA, the averages are going to be a little bit different because there's a million.
Those are being taken into account under Biden too. I brought them up under the context of the when Trump got in office to when it is what it is now. So if you don't want us to look at overall prices, then why did you bring them up?
Again, regionally, I've seen a difference here.
Cool,
now, again,
good for you. Well, if we look at the whole country, that's not true.
Yeah. Now, I heard you again with that last girl. They were talking about the border and abortion, which are two things that I was based out of El Paso, out of Fort Bliss, seen it firsthand almost practically. I mean, right over the fence was Juarez. So I heard you say you believed in a due process for like a pathway to citizenship, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you cross the border illegally, whether it be you and your family or whether it just be you, have you committed a crime?
You've committed a misdemeanor, yes.
Okay. A crime is to me, and again, this is why I'm not a judge.
If you've been convicted of a felony and sentenced, are you a criminal?
If you've been convicted of a crime, you're a criminal. That is
so if you've been convicted of a felony and you've been sentenced of that felony, you are a criminal. So why did you vote for one if being a criminal is such a bad thing?
What we saw, and this is one thing that I completely find disgusting, is the weaponization of the Justice Department in the last administration, and even in this one. I'm not going to say that Trump hasn't done it, but to say that this guy, if you look at the accounts.
Well, then how would he be convicted then? Because if you're weaponizing the Justice Department, like apparently we did against him with Russia, well, we didn't determine any conviction there. So if we were just weaponizing the Justice Department, why wasn't he convicted of all of these things? Like every single one of them.
Did you see the report where they found evidence of collusion from the Obama administration on the Russia?
No, it was actually the Trump admin. The Trump admin?
No,
There were people on the Trump admin that did collude with Russia, but it was not proven that Trump himself did so.
No. I'll agree to disagree there. But again, whenever you have a court in New York City that is led by a far left liberal district attorney, I mean, again, like you can't have a unbiased, you can't have an unbiased court in New York
yes,
City.
you can. Yes, you can. You can have an unbiased court in New York City. Well, a one that you would consider unbiased, right? Because there's bias with every human. So it's just really about being able to put that bias aside. And you understand that Trump's lawyers were a part of the jury selection process. So you're essentially saying that, like, they picked a corrupt jury.
I'm saying that a jury out of New York City is not one that I would trust.
Okay, so any case against Donald Trump, like in New York where he lives, right? You wouldn't accept. Chloe, think of the $10. Jessica with the $1. Meredith, think of the $5. Thank you.
He was a building developer that crossed paths with a lot of people. There's a lot, and again, I'll say this: his personality type doesn't necessarily agree with mine. I'm not saying, again, I'll echo what somebody said earlier. He doesn't always say the smartest things, and sometimes I wish he would stop talking, because the less he says, sometimes it's better. But again, I don't think that whenever you have a movement that has caused the landscape to shift like it has, it would be more concerning if there wasn't people going after him. I mean, if you are doing the right thing and nobody is coming after you to attack you, then something's wrong. I mean, and I can even go like on the biblical side of that. I'm not saying that Trump is a Christian. I don't know his
Donald
walk,
Trump has
whatever.
literally done so many things that are wrong. We can mention that secondly, but like, you understand that he was convicted, right? You can't just deny all the criminal cases against Trump because they're against Trump. That's literally all you're saying, is that no case again that was put up against Trump would be acceptable. And you're somehow trying to put that in with the Bible, bro. The Bible does not say, thou shall not convict Donald J. Trump of any felonies. That nowhere in the Bible does it say that. Okay, so
But it does say that the Bible does say that you will be persecuted.
Thank you.
The Bible does say that you will be persecuted.
Donald Trump's not being persecuted for being a Christian. If anything,
But
he's
there is
persecuting
no-
others. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's religious persecution.
Well, I mean, he put a shutdown of countries that fund terrorism. Now, let me ask you this:
he himself called for a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering the country. He said that himself. Do you want me to play the audio?
I'm not saying he didn't say it, but
Is that religious? Is that him calling for religious persecution? Yes or no?
That is putting America first, because
no, it's not.
I don't know.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Being against literally basic freedoms, such as having the freedom to be a Muslim, right, is specifically right antithetical to the foundation of the Constitution. You understand that, right? Religious freedom is ingrained in the Constitution.
Have you read the Quran?
I've read parts of the Quran, not the whole Quran, of course.
Okay.
The same thing. So with the
Bible. Whenever you have verses in the Quran that say, kill the infidel, and all these other.
Can you read to me 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Bible, by the way? 1 Samuel 15:3.
To pull it up on my phone, which I'm on currently. Can you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it. I got you. It says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men, women, children, and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. That's in the Bible, bro. So if you're going to say that's specific to one religion, well, you have to read your own book first.
I mean, God said I think it was in Joshua, that you got to kill the sin in the camp before he would let them overtake the land.
Wait, I'm sorry. The infants? What did the infants do? The children? What did the children do?
I'm not an Old Testament theologian.
Okay, but that's your God still.
It is. It is.
Okay, so your God called for the slaughtering of children and infants when he could have poofed them out of existence right to heaven.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I can't speak for what was going through God's mind at the time. I'm not a theologian here.
So I'm confused. So then why would you bring up the Quran and say that about the Quran? Couldn't you say the same thing? Couldn't they say, like, they don't know what God was thinking in that context?
But let me ask you this. How many countries supposedly funded 9/11?
What type of pivot? What?
There's a reason for this.
What? What?
Hey, listen,
dude,
come on.
that was
Stick with me. How many countries were funders, supposedly, of 9/11?
Dude, I don't know. Tell me. You tell me.
There was 12 different Islamic countries that claimed.
What were the countries?
There was Turkey, there was Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, Syria, there was Georgia, and I'd have to look at the list. But I mean, there was at least 6 there. I think there was.
So by the way, Georgia, a place that was controlled by, or that was then later taken over by Russia. By the way, so that you're talking about a place that is now part of Russia. Okay, I just want to mention that one thing. 2, as it relates to this.
Well, yeah,
secondly,
in 2001.
Yes. Secondly, if you want to look at this, Turkey, which is designated one of our allies, did not say that and did not fund that. Can you give me a single source indicating that all of those countries particularly were a part of funding it?
Well, in 2000 and 2001, that was what the reports were. That's what the information was.
Oh, but was that proven to be true?
I would say for the most part. Anyways.
Didn't they claim weapons of mass destruction too? And that was proven false?
And again, I'm not saying that 9/11 happened exactly how they said it did, but again, I'm more.
Wait, we're talking about this specifically. No, you have to show me where in the reports they even claim that.
Again, back in 2000, 2001, 2002, it was from Fox to CNN to MSNBC. It was all over everybody was playing the blame game
Fox,
back then.
The CNN, just everywhere. He just says, it's just everywhere, bro. So, by the way, not everyone in the comment section saw that, for sure.
That's okay. Now, the reason why I say that is there is...
and also, I have an NPR article right now of Biden declassifying a secret FBI report detailing Saudi Arabia having connections to 9/11.
Yes.
Which you didn't mention. So that was actually like the main...
Well, yeah, I told you I couldn't remember every single one of them. But there are far more radical extremists. Just like on the border itself, in the 2024 fiscal year, or even in the last 7-8 months, they have found more people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southern border than...
Again, you didn't have justification for that previous claim. Now you're talking about people who are quote-unquote terrorists come to our country. Okay, you understand that law enforcement will have a better job dealing with specifically people who are a threat to our safety and security as a society, given it is the case that they're not deporting people who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are working to benefit their local communities here in the United States. So actually, I would say that we'd be better at dealing with anyone who is in the country, who's coming here, who is going to be particularly have committed a violent crime or bad crime, if it is the case that we could address it from that standpoint.
I feel like that if you come across the border illegally, that whether you're from France, whether you're from South Korea, whether you're from Mexico, whether you're from Venezuela, Ecuador, El Salvador, Venezuela, wherever, that if you want to come into America, there is a process. There is a constitutional process, a legal process that you have to go through. If you come across illegally and you are breaking your back, supporting your family, you have still committed a crime. Now, what I will say is this. I have a friend of mine that is Canadian.
Wait, before you do that, let me address this. That's a misdemeanor, but apparently you don't have much of an issue with Donald Trump committing a felony, and you say that's just weaponization of the Justice Department. So I think you're weaponizing the Justice Department against undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think these are false charges. This is bullshit being perpetuated by the Trump administration. This weaponization of the Justice Department is unacceptable.
Okay. What I will say is I have a friend of mine who is a natural-born Canadian citizen, and he said, his name is Eli, he said that it is a lot cheaper. It was a lot cheaper for him to get his United States citizenship as a Canadian than it would have been if he was from South America. Now, obviously, I don't know if that's true or not, but if that was true, I feel like that absolutely needs to be like rectified. But again, I don't feel like
it needs to be quick for everyone to be able to come to the country. If you have not committed violent crime or bad crime, you should be able to get in the country quick.
I think that it should be, if you have not committed a crime, then yes. I mean, it shouldn't be like a 5-year process or whatever the hell it is. Like, I feel like it should be an easy peasy, like, okay, here you go.
And why does it take 5 years? Because Republicans artificially put barriers in place to make the system take longer.
Well, again, I'm not going to disagree with you there. I feel like we make it harder for South Americans to come across the border than we do anywhere else. I don't believe that that's okay, but what I do believe is that you should have to come across legally. And again, the problem that I have is the people that are highlighted are the bad ones. It's just like if you go to work, if you look at the reviews, only the people that hate their job are going to complain. Only the people that commit these felonies, like murdering these people, those are the only ones that are going to get talked about. They're not going to talk about the people that are doing the right thing.
I really want you to think about this. Why is it such a big issue for you, for an undocumented immigrant to have committed a misdemeanor, but not for your president to have committed a felony?
Again, I'm not going to say that he's a righteous man. This man is not going... He made a quote the other day about, like, if I solve this war, maybe I'll get into heaven. He's never going to be able to work his way into heaven. I'm not saying he's a great man, but what I'm saying is that I only judge a person by what I personally, physically see them doing. And what I see...
No, you don't.
No, what I see is a man that has secured our border.
Can I ask you a question? Was Hitler a bad person?
Absolutely.
Yes. Did you watch it? You did. No, you didn't fucking exist. So clearly you don't just make determinations just based upon things that you've seen yourself.
Evidence of millions of Jews getting slaughtered for...
Wait, evidence. There you go. We have evidence. There you go. So that's the basis. It's not things that you physically have seen yourself. It's evidence, right?
Right.
That's what I was trying to get you to realize. So then go back to your point, but use evidence, right?
Okay. Again,
we have evidence he convicted the felony, right?
Right.
Or
now
committed. Sorry.
Let me tell you this. If at the end of the day he 100% did those things and 100% he's guilty. Again, I'm still not going to say he's a holy and righteous man. I'm never going to get that man's face tattooed on my butt. Like, I'm not that guy.
Yeah, but why is it such a big issue when someone has to be deported if they've come into the country undocumented and haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime? But specifically Donald Trump, you would vote him into the position of presidency even though he's committed a felony. Like, seriously. Oh, I can't hear you covering your mic, man.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you got to go back from originally what you were saying. I didn't hear any of what you were saying.
No, I don't believe, personally, I don't believe that everything that I hear on the news, I don't carry with a ton of weight. Everything that anybody hears on the news, they should not carry with a ton of weight because, again, everybody has an agenda. Everybody has a purpose. And so I don't, as far as the charges go, I don't know if they're true or not. They very well may be. And if
I'm sorry, now you just don't accept the evidence. You see what I mean? Like, now it's like, oh, you just don't accept it.
Well, because I just don't believe it. Like,
yeah,
again,
the Nazis said the same thing about the Holocaust, right? The Nazis literally claimed that. There are Nazis that claim that about the Holocaust. So just claiming you don't believe the evidence is not a good way to respond to the evidence.
But one of the ladies, I can't remember her name, so don't ask, but one of the ladies that claimed that he sexually assaulted her, and again, I have a daughter, she's 2, and I really want to get into abortion because I really made a shift on that one, but since having my daughter. But one of the ladies that claimed that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her
we were talking about the felonies, by the way, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, isn't sexual assault a felony?
Him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse was not considered a felony because it was in civil court, not criminal court.
Oh, I thought that sexual assault was a felony. Anyway,
In a criminal court.
She said that she couldn't remember the time, the year, the date, the place.
That's just not true.
The store.
Not true. You're making this up.
I'm not making it up. I mean,
yes,
now,
you
again,
are. Yes, you are. It happened Bergdorf Goodman, 1995, 1996. And then specifically also we can point to the fact that there were multiple of her friends that she specifically told at the time that verified that she specifically said that to them at that time. There were multiple other victims that came out and talked about the event happening, specifically in terms of what happened to them, and also verified their stories and similar things that have happened to them. We can also point to specifically plenty of other things in terms of the context of this of the court case, like the dress with DNA on it, that Donald Trump didn't want to give up his DNA within the time slot allotted, which would have proven under his view that he wasn't at the scene of the crime because he claimed he never met her. Yet there was a picture of them together shown in a deposition that indicated that they specifically were together, that they'd met before. And there was also the fact that he said he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that both E. Jean Carroll and his ex-wife are both his type or both not his type, indicating he would have sexually abused her either way. So he's just literally lying, and you believing him over the victim that never lied?
So let me ask you this, and this is where do you feel like out of all of these celebrities, all of the millionaires and all, et cetera, the people that have chased money, the people that have chased fame, do you think that there's ever been a victim that has lied?
So there have been people that have said things that are false and lied before in the past, but that is not evidence of E. Jean Carroll lying. We have best reason to believe E. Jean Carroll is telling the truth, and we have best reason to believe that Donald Trump is the one that's lying. So if you want to talk about one of them lying, why is the conversation always about people thinking E. Jean Carroll was the one that was lying and not Donald Trump, who literally was proven to have lied? Like, seriously, why don't we address that? Why isn't that the one thing that's talked about by Trump supporters? They never addressed the fact that Trump lied in multiple instances and was proven to have lied. And that he's a known liar. He's a pathological liar. He cheated on every single one of his wives. He still to this day says that he didn't cheat on his wives, when it is the case that it was literally shown in court, right? Like, literally Stormy Daniels testified under oath and talked about how it looked like a mushroom. Like, so there's plenty of things we can point to of Donald Trump specifically lying, and he's been proven to have lied.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, I'm not saying he's the most honest person to ever live. Again, you will never hear me say that man is the most holy and righteous person in the world. Again, I just don't, maybe I just need to do more research on it. Maybe I need to look more into it. And I will, because again, I'm echoing a lot of things, as I'm sure you know. I'm echoing a lot of things that I've heard on TV, looked at on the internet, and so forth. And again, even if he was convicted and it happened, even if it was like, oh, the statute of limitations like exceeded, so he didn't get caught, I would honestly say he's a piece of shit. Like, I'm not gonna deny that. Again, having a daughter myself, if somebody ever touched her, hurt her in any way, you would see me on the national news.
So why would you still vote for him then?
Well, because I haven't done, I guess, the research on that particular matter, and I will. But again, even if I'll say this, if I had done the research and found, I guess, the information that you have before the election, I wouldn't have voted. I would rather not vote than voted for Kamala. Is it Kamala or Kamala? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, you wouldn't vote.
I would not. If I found out that everything that you said, if everything was true and it was 100% he convicted, he did it.
He was held civilly liable. Why does it have to be 100%? He was held civilly liable. He was the one that was lying.
I live in absolute. Like, it's either 100% wrong. It's either 100% wrong or it's 100% right.
That's just not true. Like if you want to look at reality, right? It is not 100% or 100%. Are you saying that if a vaccine isn't 100% effective, you won't take it?
I mean, I wish I hadn't taken the COVID vaccine, but I work for the FAA, so I didn't have choice.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Okay, Star Wars.
I'm serious though. Like, you wouldn't take a vaccine if it didn't have 100% likelihood of working.
Well, and now we get into COVID. I genuinely 110,000% wish I hadn't taken the vaccine. I took the Pfizer.
Why? What's bad about the vaccine?
I don't believe that we knew going into it. For one, it was one of the largest pandemics of my lifetime that we ever faced. And it was one of the most cataclysmic, I feel, death toll-wise, that we ever faced in my lifetime.
And you wanted people not to take the vaccine, and you didn't want to take it yourself?
Again, you know how many times I've had COVID, like diagnosed positive test COVID since I've had the vaccine? 9 times. You know how many times my sister, who is anti-vax, has had COVID? She's had it once.
Dude, that's literally it just happened to be the case. I've only had COVID 1 time, and I did get vaccinated. So, like, what's your point? You understand that that's going to be specifically you, and that you can't just make a comparison on that basis, because that's a correlation causation fallacy.
Well, I also don't believe that. I mean, I personally.
Do you think that the vaccine, it literally reduces your likelihood of getting the virus? It reduces the likelihood of how long you're going to have the virus. It reduces your likelihood of hospitalization, and reduces your likelihood of death. Why wouldn't you want a reduced likelihood of being harmed? This is like the most ridiculous argument ever. You think that because it is the case that she still got the virus, that means that it's not effective?
Well, I can't speak for others. Again, I can only speak for myself. But in the last 5 years, I've had COVID 10 times. I've had
now it's 10
sepsis.
times.
Well, no, I said since I had the virus, it was 9 times. Or since I had the shot, it was 9 times.
Okay.
But
so you had it once before. Interesting.
Yes, I had it once. I got the vaccine, and they said, okay, you're good now. Got the booster, the second round or whatever. They said, okay, you're good now, and I had it 9 times. I also had sepsis. I've been in the ICU 4 times in the last 5 years. And again, I can only speak from my experience, but again, I personally think that
Were you saying that was from the vaccine, or I'm?
I wish I would have done more. I wish I would have done more studying into what was in the vaccine. I'm not saying the vaccine.
By the way, were you claiming that was from the vaccine?
I'm not. Again, I'm not claiming it was from the vaccine, but what I'm saying is I wish I would have done more research on the vaccine before I took the vaccine.
What research? All the research indicates that it's effective.
Again, I'm echoing Kennedy, or RFK, former Democrat. He isn't necessarily as supportive of it. Again, I wish that I personally, for myself, would have done more research. But again, at the end of the day, the FAA kind of forced me into it. They said, if you want to be a flight attendant, you're going to have to do this. So I did it. And again, it may have zero correlation with the vaccine, but again, I can sit here and look at 50 people around me that have had the vaccine versus haven't, and the ones that have had the vaccine.
Wait, why don't you look at the studies that look over literally hundreds of thousands and millions of people? There are billions of different doses around the entire world. Why don't we look at that? That's a way larger sample size than you looking at a few people around you.
Again, I would rather look at the 50 to 100 people around myself and say, how is it affecting you guys, rather than look at reports from government agencies or government funded.
It's not government. It's independent research from around the entire world. Like, I'm serious. There's independent research from around the entire world. Look at my bio. There's a bibliography in my bio, a sources page. Click on the sources under my link tree, and you can click on vaccines. It's 30 plus pages of peer-reviewed studies and systematic reviews from literally all around the world, not government-funded research only, all around the world, that justifies this to be true. This is the top scale of evidence. There's so much evidence indicating that they're safe and effective. That's why, like, when people tell me that they don't believe that they're safe and effective, I know it's based in literally vibes, feelings, trust me, bros, and a lack of critical thought.
Yeah. So now I think we're actually going to find somewhere where we can agree, Parker. Abortion. I'll tell you this. I've got a 13-year-old son, a 10-year-old son, and a 2-year-old daughter. And before I had my 2-year-old daughter, I was so anti-abortion that I thought that if you had an abortion, you were like the most disgusting person to ever look at. Like I was, again, just so anti-abortion. Now that I have a daughter, again, she's 2, she'll be 3 in March. I am a lot more leaning towards the side of grape family relations, shall I say? Because again, like the last girl that was on, I don't know what will get me flagged, but family stuff, grape, and life of the mother. I personally believe that the emotional and mental trauma that would be a pregnancy, whether it be a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, whatever it is, like if you go through those traumas, you're gonna have mental health and you're gonna have like issues and you're gonna need therapy and you're gonna need to talk to somebody. So is it worse? And here's kind of my stance is
Can I ask
it
you a question?
worse?
Do you think it should be legal?
I believe that it should be illegal, but on the circumstances of grape, family stuff, or life of the mother. But even on that note,
okay. So in context of elective abortions, you're saying they should be illegal. So for example, if I paid for my girlfriend's abortion, right, should I go to prison?
I don't think you should go to prison. I just don't think it should be allowed.
Why not? Under your view, I just hired a hitman to murder someone. And I shouldn't go to prison after hiring a hitman to murder someone?
Well, no, again, it's my viewpoint is solely based on grape, family stuff, you know,
I'm sorry.
uncle.
I'm talking about an elective circumstance, right? My girlfriend gets pregnant. We're not ready to have a kid yet. We're gonna have a kid like in a few years. You know, we don't want to have a kid quite yet. So, because we're like, you know, in our early 20s, right? If I pay for her abortion, should I go to prison?
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have a choice like that. That's not possible because I think that should be illegal.
Wait, but given that we've done it, should I go to prison? Under your view, I've hired a hitman to murder someone.
Well, then, yeah.
So then you're saying I should go to prison?
Well, if you have a abortion when it's illegal based instead of on the circumstance of those 3 that I mentioned, if it's outside of that, if it's birth control,
how about this? It's illegal. I pay a doctor under the table, right, to perform a safe abortion, right? Do you think I should go to prison?
I think that the doctor should lose his license, and like if you commit.
No, wait, no. You think he should be put in prison? You think he just committed murder? You think hitmen?
Yes.
You think hitmen should just lose their hitman license or something? Like what?
Well, the doctor should lose his license, and you both should go to prison. Like,
okay, so again, should I go to prison?
Yes.
Okay. So if you just get an abortion, you should go to prison. Not only should you go to prison, but the person who got the abortion should go to prison, and the person. So you're saying 3 people should go to prison for 1 abortion?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, there are 3 instances where I think that it is okay, and that's because I have a daughter, and that is grape, family stuff like uncle, brother, whatever, or life of the mother. Those 3 things.
How about this? There's a petri dish, a zygote in this petri dish, and I slapped the shit out of it for TikTok and YouTube content. I kill that shit. Should I go to prison?
No.
No?
You slap a petri dish?
Yeah, and I kill the shit out of a zygote. Should I go to prison?
No. That's not a human life. It doesn't have human rights.
It is a human life. Life begins at conception, bro.
Well, yeah, but animal versus human is different.
It's a human zygote, bro.
A human zygote?
Yeah, and humans are animals, bro.
Humans are mammals.
And mammals are animals. Are mammals animals? Oh, God.
Let me ask you this: is murder wrong?
No, hold up. Are mammals animals?
Is murder wrong?
Answer my question first. Are mammals animals?
The human race is not an animal.
Yes, we are animals. That's just a fact, okay? There are non-human animals, but we are animals. Mammals are animals. You said that humans are mammals, but we're also not animals? Okay, what is a mammal? Well, actually, how about this? Can you name to me any other mammals?
Well, I mean, Parker.
Can you give me another example of a mammal?
I've never, and I'll say this, maybe I'm uneducated on this part, but like I've never heard of a human being called an animal.
Well, did you not take 6th grade biology?
Well, I did.
Did you not pay
I don't
attention?
think they had,
Hello?
I don't think they had that in my
I'm sorry,
class.
did you not pay attention? Hello? We talked about this. We definitely talked about this. You definitely did learn about it. I promise you that. If you went to public school, you learned about it. You just probably didn't pay attention.
I probably forgot more than I know.
Oh God.
Well, let me
Okay. So it is the case. Humans are animals, or mammals
Okay.
are animals. The other examples that you would bring up of mammals, you would agree with me, are animals.
Sure, yeah. Okay, let me ask you this. Why do you feel outside of the three categories I mentioned?
You got to go a little
because,
closer to
again,
your mic. It sounds like a little muffled.
Or can you hear me?
Yeah. Here, actually, one second. Let me thank someone real quick. Janet, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Janet in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Janet. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Amra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Brittany, thank you for the $5. And Jessica with the $10. Thank you. As well as Jillian with the $20. Thank you so much, Jillian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I should. Go ahead.
So outside of the three instances that I mentioned that I've went from absolutely not to now that I have a daughter, I would absolutely consider it because of the mental health and the emotional health of my daughter. Why do you feel like abortion should be legal outside of the...
Wait, can we talk about the zygote? We were actually talking about that. So if I slap the shit out of a zygote and I kill the fuck out of it, should I be able to, or should I go to prison?
Why don't you answer my question first? Like
because actually we were originally asking and answering my question, and then you brought up the point about animals, bro.
Well, no, I mean, the reason why I say that, again, I live on a farm, so if I go out there and smash every egg I've got, I don't consider that an abortion.
Dude, a zygote it's human, okay? It's a human life. Life begins at conception. It's a conceived cell at conception. That's what a zygote is.
Okay, if you have a fertilized egg, concepted fertilized egg, and then yes, I mean that's still an abortion.
So it's not an abortion because it's not terminating a pregnancy. But if I slap the zygote and I kill it, I should go to prison?
How many times is there just a zygote laying on a dish?
Well, through IVF, plenty of times.
Well, again, and I will say this, that I feel like on the IVF side, that if a couple goes to a doctor and says, hey, we want to try to have a kid. Well, how many kids do you want? We would love to have 3. I believe that you should have 3 embryos implanted. I don't think that you should have 10, 8, 12, 15 embryos supplanted and let those other ones just kind of, because...
So can you answer, and by the way, that's just not possible. You have to create multiple of them to see which ones are going to be most viable. Now, if you want to talk about and you think that's murder, you think that's murder, but that's insane. We can talk about that in a second. I'm talking about just a petri dish. If I slap the petri dish, should I go to prison?
It's a living embryo. It's a living
conceived single cell organism.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, that is murder. Murder is murder.
So I should go to prison?
Is murder illegal?
Well, you think it's murder. I don't think it's murder. I don't think it's murder for me to slap the zygote.
Does it have, let me ask you, does it have brainwaves and or heartbeat?
No.
Then it's not a living organism, in my opinion.
Okay, so so you don't believe life begins at conception?
When brainwave, I believe this, that life begins whenever there's brainwaves and a heartbeat. Because I have
Okay, so
brainwaves and a heartbeat.
that's around. Okay, but wouldn't you say subjective experience then? Because brainwaves also exist in brain dead individuals, and yet you think it should be legal to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So there's still some level of brainwaves, but it's the certain brainwaves to produce a subjective experience that we value.
If a doctor tells me that a member of my family has no brain activity and is brain dead, then yes, I'm pulling the plug. Because nobody in my family wants to be a vegetable.
Don't use that terminology, but in terms of brainwaves, there is some level of brainwaves that exist, but it is not the case that there's enough to produce a subjective experience.
Yes,
there have been EEG scans done on brain individuals that show some level of brain activity, but not enough to produce a subjective experience. So the subjective experience is what we would qualify to care about. And even then, so then you're saying that an abortion prior to 6 to 8 weeks would be justified under your view?
Again, under the circumstances of, if my daughter came up to me and said, Dad, you know what, like Prego, and it was by Uncle Timmy, and it was 4 to 6 weeks, and she's 10 years old, then yes, I would absolutely support it.
I don't know why you just randomly said that instead of answering my question. I'm confused.
Because again, you asked me, you said 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. Again, there are only 3 circumstances where I would support an abortion.
Wait, you just said that it's not murder prior to the having brainwaves and a heartbeat. So if it's not murder prior to that point, then they should be able to get an abortion.
If there are no brainwaves and there is no heartbeat, then yes.
Okay, so you're saying an abortion prior to 6 to 8 weeks is justified?
With no brainwaves and no heartbeat, it is not a living, in my opinion, it is not a living organism.
It is a living organism, according to biologists, but if you don't want to consider it a living organism, well, then, again, the point would then be true that, again, you should be able to get an abortion prior to that point. So, yes, should it be legal prior to that point under your view?
Under the view of no brainwaves, no heartbeat, and the 3 instances that I stated, then yes.
Okay, so do you know that Donald Trump's policy specifically does restrict access to abortion prior to that point in a bunch of different states?
And that's why whenever, like I said, whenever I had my daughter, I disagreed more with him on that front than I did beforehand. Before having my daughter. Because again, if my daughter comes up to me at 10, 12, 14, 16, whatever, and says, hey, I think I'm pregnant or whatever, and it comes to find out that one of those 3 instances that I mentioned, or that it is before the brainwave and heartbeat, I'm absolutely doing plan B for her. Or whatever action that I need to take at that point. Because I had my first kid at 18. Even at 18, that was one of the hardest things I ever did. My 13-year-old has had a very, I would say, stressful existence over the last 13 years. It makes things a lot more difficult. And that's why it kind of rounding it out, that I would rather my daughter say, hey, I want to talk about this medical procedure rather than going through the pregnancy ordeal, because I've got 3 kids now. I have seen birth and it is a very traumatic experience. And so as a father, I would not want her to go through that at 10, 12, 14, 16 years old if she didn't have to. And
wouldn't you say that you wouldn't want someone to have to go through that if they don't choose to do so?
Again, if they don't choose to do so, but again, it is based on those 3 or 4 categories, like those instances. Now, again,
it shouldn't be. I don't know why you would say in non-elective in elective circumstances that you would say that they shouldn't be allowed to get it. I think there are legitimate reasons outside of the exceptions you've given to be able to get access to an abortion.
Well, again, I don't think it
should be legal. You can say, wait, by the way, you can say you disagree with abortion, but why should it be illegal?
Give me an instance outside of those exceptions that it is not used like birth control.
What do you mean birth control? Birth control, people don't use birth control in general because it costs so much. right? You think
Well,
that the
again,
average American can use it as birth control?
let's say you go to a party and you get really, really drunk and you do things you shouldn't have and you end up pregnant. That's just a bad decision. You shouldn't punish a life for a bad decision you made.
Dude, I don't care if someone gets an abortion in that context. I genuinely don't. I think that they should be allowed to, but no one can afford to just do that every week. That's not true. Who can afford that? Who can afford that? Please let me know, bro. Who's doing that?
There are a lot of people in Knox County that go to the Planned Parenthood building and are they go in there for that purpose. And again, whether you have state insurance or you have regular insurance or whatever, like it's not that big of a deal for Planned Parenthood to do that. It's not as astronomical as you're making it out to be.
What do you mean? Repeat what you just said. Sorry, go over that.
Again,
you said Planned Parenthood will just give people free abortions. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying free abortions. What I'm saying is especially like if you have TennCare, Medicaid, Blue Care, stuff like that.
Where do you see that insurance is covering it?
My ex-wife has TennCare and she got an abortion and she didn't pay for it.
Was it medical?
No, it wasn't for the life of her, well-being. She literally had a pregnancy with her new husband that they did not want another kid, but he, XYZ happened and, pull-out game was rough and it happened.
Do you think that they should go to prison?
I feel like that was a murder. I feel like that is a wrong instance to get an abortion.
So do you think that they should go to prison?
I don't feel like they ever should have had the opportunity, but yes, I feel like that was.
Do you think that they're murderers?
They murdered a innocent life.
So you think they're murderers?
There was a living organism. There was a living human life inside her body, and they killed it. So yes.
So you think that they're murderers? So would you stay friends with them?
No, I've not ever been friends with my ex-wife.
Okay, would you stay friends with someone who's had an abortion?
If they used it in the sense of birth control, like, oh, I can't take care of this child.
It's not birth control.
But a lot of people do use it that way. I can't.
No one does. Literally no one does, bro. Can you tell me what birth control means?
To prevent pregnancy.
Okay, so if you're just saying to prevent pregnancy, well, then you're saying every single one is abortion. Every single abortion is that because it prevents pregnancy.
So birth control.
Technically, like if pregnancy has already occurred, you're not preventing it. So you're preventing pregnancy from continuing on. You're not preventing pregnancy from happening in the first place. Do you understand the distinction?
Yes, I do. The only difference with my exceptions are
so then like if your definition is preventing pregnancy, well then it's not preventing pregnancy then.
Well, yes, but the point I'm making is that in GRAPE, family stuff, or life of the mother, it is for the again, I personally, for my daughter, would not want her to continue a pregnancy in those three circumstances or before the brainwaves and heartbeat started.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep bringing up the exceptions. I understand what exceptions you believe in. I think we're having a conversation about what you'd see not to be an exception.
Well, not to be an exception, again, would be, using it as, like, I've got friends that, or I would say acquaintances that have had 3 or 4 of them just because they couldn't take care of the child.
3 or 4 abortions? And
yes.
You said they're friends, right?
Well, they're acquaintances. They used to be friends. But again, I don't support that.
So you cut them off because they had an abortion?
I cut them off because they had an abortion because they couldn't keep their legs closed.
Bro, you cut someone off because they had an abortion. That's crazy, bro.
Well, again, if you did that baby,
that's crazy.
Did that baby choose?
Well, good for them. They don't have to deal with you. That's crazy. But like, dude, seriously,
did that human being?
You would seriously, like, if you were friends with someone, you'd cut them off because they got an abortion?
Did that baby choose to be conceived? Is that baby a human being?
It's not a baby. No, it's not a human being.
When does it become a human being?
Sentience.
it becomes a human being when it has a heartbeat and brainwaves and
No,
has.
heartbeat and brainwaves don't specifically determine. It's specifically going to be the production of a subjective experience, which is around 20 through 20.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, again, respectfully, like, that's where I disagree. I believe that life begins at heartbeat and brainwaves, because I have a heartbeat, I have brainwaves, and that's where I believe life starts.
No,
And
you
if
have
take
a subjective experience. It's not just heartbeat. Heartbeat is not going to be the definition of when life begins. If you want to talk about life, life begins at conception, right? We don't care about just cellular life. We care about sentient life. When does sentient life begin? 20 through 24 weeks.
Again, I don't agree with you on that, respectfully, and that's okay. I mean, again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is that I personally believe that life begins at heartbeat and brainwaves. And if
Why'd you tell me that we were going to agree on this? Like,
well, because I have exceptions where I used to not.
that's not like us going to agree. You know that that's still a pro-life perspective, right? And I'm pro-choice.
I'm less pro-life than I used to be. So,
Okay, so because you were even crazier in the past doesn't mean that like this is a pro-choice position, or that we would agree.
well, I mean, I feel like that, given the exceptions, again, if I don't.
Well, I have a
If
question.
you look at the,
So then you're in support. So you're in support of restricting bodily autonomy to save human life, correct?
I am in support of the 4 exceptions that I mentioned.
Hold up.
And if you have pregnancies, like I have seen from other people, and you're like, hey, I can't take care of this kid, I don't want this kid, like,
I'll
rid of
just
it.
kick you. If you don't answer the question, I'll kick you.
All right, what was the question?
Are you okay with restricting bodily autonomy to save human life?
Yes.
Okay. So would you be okay with mandating vaccines to save human life?
With mandating vaccines to save human life, if it was tested and approved, then yes.
Or what about restricting people's access to guns to save human life?
I do believe that there should be stricter background checks, stricter verifications. I don't believe, I have a cousin that has paranoid schizophrenia.
What about taking away gun access?
I believe wholeheartedly that my paranoid schizophrenic cousin should not have guns, and he has guns, and I think that he should have his taken away 100%.
Okay. I don't know why you're specifically just providing a particular example like that. I'm saying in general, as a generalized statement, would you be okay with taking away guns to save human life?
If the person that you're confiscating the guns from does not need them, like I mentioned.
Yeah, no one needs an AR-15.
Say what? You went dark there for a second.
No one needs an AR-15.
I don't have an AR-15, so I mean, I don't see a point in having it unless you're just really wanting one. That's more of a recreation thing, I think, in my opinion. But I don't believe that people who have diagnosed mental health issues should have access to weapons.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it, dude. What is it, dude? It's just the amount that like we're talking about things that are irrelevant to the questions that I'm asking. That just like I can't do it. It's really hard to have a conversation and just like we're not even on the topic that I'm trying to ask over and over and over again. It's really, really difficult. I can't do it. I can't do it for that long. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
So, birth year?
Yeah.
2007. I was born in June.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump. So like I've kind of
Chat, I kind of agree. Yeah, I do agree. Let's go go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Anastasia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Olivia with the $5. Thank you so much. Liz with the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you? Okay, they just left. By the way, everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Sherry with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sherry. Really appreciate it. Isabella, thank you so much for the member subscription. By the way, we have like an hour and 20 minutes or so left on the live at least. Just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. So I would really appreciate it if you tap that screen. If you like the stream, if you're on YouTube especially. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. How many likes are we currently at on the YouTube stream, everyone? I'm trying to look. 1,600 likes, everyone. Keep liking the stream. Let's try to get to at least 2,000 as of right now. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. What month?
August.
Okay, for sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
And why is that?
I just listened to the debacle go down about pro-life, and I don't want to go there again, but I am pro-life.
Okay, so if you don't want to go there again, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump that you do want to talk about?
Well, it is pro-life, but I don't want to go down that road. And then I am also pro-Second Amendment, and I just believe with his policies more than I believe with Kamala's policies. But the main reason I requested to join was, unlike the other people that are coming in here to debate policy, I just appreciate the way you're going about things and debating on TikTok for, well, the 18 to 22-year-old voting population. I appreciate that, and I just wanted to let you know that we're going to agree to disagree, but I appreciate the way you go about your things.
No, I appreciate it. So I guess my question would be, in terms of Pro 2A, would you be okay with restricting access to guns to save human life?
Yes, in certain ways, yes.
Sure. How about getting rid of AR-15s, for example?
I don't necessarily see a super important reason to have an AR-15 other than protection against a potentially tyrannical government. But I agree with background checks to own anything other than like a normal hunting rifle or a handgun.
So do you think it should be legal to have an AR-15?
I don't think it's that simple.
Okay, if you're saying it's to fight a tyrannical government, so then I should also be able to have, tanks, RPGs, and nuclear weapons, right? Because I got to be able to fight against the U.S. government.
I mean, again, I would say not everybody needs an AR-15, so I would never go as far to say people need tanks or RPGs.
Okay, so people don't need an AR?
I don't think anybody needs an AR, no.
So it should be illegal?
Again, I don't. It's the same thing with pro-life. Legal, illegal, it should be up to states in terms of that stuff.
Why up to the states? What, like,
because then it's up to the
people. Why not federally?
No, it's up to the states. Leaves it up to the people. I think it's up to the people. I am pro-life, but I'm okay with states being pro-choice.
So you're okay with abortion in the third trimester?
No.
Okay, but like you're allowing for it to happen in certain states. You're saying it should be legal in certain states.
It's because I'm not radical. I understand everybody has a different point of view, and I think it's okay to agree to disagree.
No, if you want people to have the choice to disagree, then why don't you say that it should be federally protected to be someone's right to choose? If you don't want an abortion, don't have an abortion.
Okay, but at what point is it you've made a bed, now lie in it in terms of, okay, you have options to protect, you have options for birth control, you have an option to abstain. Why is it okay to just then go terminate a pregnancy?
No, why should it be legal in some states if it shouldn't be legal on a federal basis? Tell me, what's the distinction from your perspective?
I just think I get what you're getting at. Yes, I am still leaving it to be pro-choice in terms of voting, and then it is ultimately pro-choice, which I just think that it should be. I'm not totally anti-abortion. I think that it needs to have limitations on length up until you can do it. 6 weeks, 8 weeks, not the third trimester, not 20 to 24 weeks as you mentioned in your first debate.
Why 6 to 8 weeks?
Well, I think it's actually at 5 weeks. You can see heartbeats and brain waves as early as 5
Heartbeat
weeks.
does not happen at 5 weeks. No.
5 to 6.
No, that's not a heartbeat.
Okay, what would that be?
That's like it's more like an electrical impulse.
Okay, but when you start to see that stuff in an ultrasound, there's obviously human life forming in that sense.
Well, I believe life begins at conception. But we don't value cellular life. We value sentient life. Nicole, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
So you're pro-abortion or pro-choice.
Pro-choice. Hello? He just cut out. Hello?
Sorry. So you're pro-choice up to 20 weeks?
20 through 24, and after that point, it's going to be viability, so it's going to be induction of labor after that point. But I'm down with Roe versus Wade. I like Roe versus Wade.
Okay, I agree to disagree there again, but I'm not. I just think 20 to 24 weeks there is too much that is formed, and you're talking sentient life, which I understand that and I get that, but I just disagree on the length you are willing to allow abortions to take place.
What's been formed that you care about?
At 20 to 24 weeks, just about everything.
Such as?
I mean,
be specific.
You have fully healthy babies born as soon as. I mean, there's babies that are born at 24 weeks, and yes, they have to be put in incubators and fully watched over, but they go on to have perfectly normal lives.
At 24 weeks, it would be viable, or it hits the point of typical viability.
Correct.
So I
understand that.
And like, who's having a lethal abortion after that point?
Hopefully nobody.
It's
but 24 weeks.
After that point, that'd be medical abortions.
Well, I'm all for the normal 3, all those full term. I understand those 3, but I'm not talking. I'm just saying I agree with you on certain stances. I think 20 to 24 weeks is too long to allow for an abortion.
Why? But you're not really telling me.
Because I just think that you're allowing so much more to form in this life to get to the point where it is almost able to be the birth to be carried out and it to live a normal life.
So it's close. Like, that's not a valuable characteristic that you're pointing to, man.
But I understand. I respect your knowledge and I get where you're coming from. I just think we have to agree to disagree on this. It's a topic as old as time that'll never change. But that's where I'm coming from is 24 weeks is, I think, a little excessive. At that point, you've known you were pregnant for a long time. You've had a long time to make up your mind.
Not everyone knows. So at this point, you're kind of just saying you don't feel like it. There's no debate between you that we could have. So is there like another reason why you support Trump? Do you like his economic policy?
Yeah, I think he's better. I think he's better economically than what Joe Biden or Kamala would have been.
How
yes.
so?
You're going to reference the tariffs and how we're going to see those as consumers, although I don't really believe that we will ever see those as consumers.
Yeah, we will. That's just a fact.
I just don't think that you're going to see the whatever percent tariff make it to the shelves and then we're going to have to pay it.
So
it's not feasible.
So, yeah, the tariffs already are being placed on the consumer. That's why we've seen inflation trend up since April.
Okay, but the reality is that it's a different form of a tax is all it is. So if other taxes are being cut, it's a balance.
No, it's replacing.
You're going to say that it's proportionally going to affect the middle class?
Yes, it does. If you're shifting the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income, because a tariff is a regressive tax, because people who are lower incomes disproportionately spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. And then also, if you're referencing income tax, it's progressive tax system, meaning that it disproportionately taxes those that are higher income.
And then it becomes regressive. I understand where you're heading. Again, I will leave because I think we just agree to disagree, but I just want to say that I do respect the way you go about everything.
For sure. All right. Appreciate you coming up. Crystal, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Crystal. Thank you. As well as Bailey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bailey. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? W's for them. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Oh, there's a wild Pokemon that's just showed up on the stream. What just happened?
Hello.
What's good? How you doing, man?
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I'm sorry, bro. Whoa. Why are you doing so terrible, man? Do you want to tell the streamer?
Sure. Is my audio okay?
Yeah. Your audio is totally good.
Great. Let me know if there's any background noise. So, listen to this. I'll keep it short. I got into a car accident. So then I had to have my car towed to a body shop. And then the body shop gave me a ride home. But because, I got into the accident and whatnot, I was just like a little over it, just wanted to get home. So I forgot to get my garage door opener out of the car. and now I'm sitting in my backyard for like 2 hours until my girlfriend comes home. So I thought I would pop on and co-host with you. It's been a day, man. Let me tell you.
Okay, that's a bit brutal. I'm so sorry, man. That's so brutal. I was like, no wonder why Dean isn't on. I was like, he said he was going to be on a little bit earlier today.
Yeah. Well, I got just hanging out with you now. So.
All right. I guess we're going to have an interesting stream here today. Everyone. Make sure to tap that screen if you're on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It'll help get it out to more people.
Dean, did you crash the Corvette?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Did you crash the Corvette, Dean?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. But did you crash the Corvette, Dean?
Hey, hold up, man. Can you like let me ask you the questions before you do this?
This guy drives an EcoBoost Mustang.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, is this EcoBoost from the guy that we talked to in the past?
Yeah, this is EcoBoost.
Dude, are you still a Trump supporter, man?
I just want to know if Dean crashed the Corvette.
Okay.
So I did. I did. It was a nice car. It's a 2013 with 85,000 miles on it. It was pretty though. But now it's probably gone.
Who can say where the road goes? I think that we need a moment of silence, everyone, for the car.
No,
I know how much the car meant to you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I did. But it was a bad decision. I got it for like a really good price, but I should have gotten like another car instead of one that is like, that.
I'm so sorry, man. That is crazy. Thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Robert? How old are you? Do you know what car you're gonna replace it with?
Like probably something of like a similar value, like an older like Toyota SUV maybe. I don't know. I seriously got it for a good price. I think I walked out of I got the like 20 something.
That's really good.
Yeah, man.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And you said 20. What month?
June.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
For sure. Why so?
Because of his abortion policy.
Okay. What about his abortion policy?
Well, I like him a lot because he does a lot of like things for the community.
Such as?
Foreign policy, border, and taking illegal immigrants out.
Okay. Can you be specific with any foreign policy, anything on the border, and then can you name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society as a whole? When you're swiped out of the app, I can't hear you, by the way. Okay. Give them a second, everyone. Oh, well,
Hello?
Oh, you're back. Okay, so could you name one way in which mass deportation benefits our society as a whole?
Mass deportation? Well, the jobs that are taken by illegal immigrants make people unemployed.
Okay, so jobs aren't stolen by undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants will actually like come to our country and not only will demand goods and services, but also supply goods and services. And then I can ask you this question: do you think the same thing will happen for legal immigrants? Do you think legal immigrants are taking jobs and stealing jobs?
No.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you just provide a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime? Because seemingly it would get rid of the issue you just said existed.
Well, because illegal immigrants they bring in like the cartel.
What? When you say cartel, can you be more specific? Because when we look at like crime rates associated with undocumented immigrants, they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit all other crimes. So, and then like something else that can be like associated with cartels is going to be like DRUGS, but 80% of the DRUGS that are brought into this country are brought in by citizens. Typically undocumented immigrants are either just coming to America for a better life, but think that the legal means of entry into the country are unattainable because they are, or they're fleeing the cartel.
Okay, Dean, but like, why can't they just go the right way through like documentation?
Well, now you're just completely pivoting away from the question that Parker asked you, that being what is one way that undocumented immigrants materially hurt this country, or what is one way that mass deportation would materially benefit this country?
Well, why can't you answer my question?
Because it was a deflection away from Parker's. There is an answer to your question, but I will happily give it to you just after you respond to Parker's question that he asked around a minute and a half before you asked yours.
My memory is kind of like blurry right now. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, what is one way in which mass deportation benefits our society?
Well, because tariffs they go up, and the Japanese we're tariffing them higher, and it's good for the community.
Are you trolling?
That made no sense. How do tariffs have any relation to undocumented immigrants?
Because jobs like go up and tariffs go down.
Okay, he's absolutely trolling.
Yeah, that was like totally incoherent. What is this guy saying, dude? To the next person. By the way, for people asking me to make Dean bigger, I don't think it's possible here on the PC, unless Dean knows a way to do that. Because I remember being able to do that on the phone.
There probably is a way, because you can do it on the phone, but I just don't know what that way is. TikTok Studio is like really complicated for no reason.
Yeah, I never have found it out. Because I definitely would.
Yo, Amanda, appreciate you for the $20 on Venmo, quote unquote, towards the repair bill. Thank you, Amanda. That is very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Shout out, Amanda.
Corey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Corey. Crystal with the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Crystal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to this next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're trying to get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people, everybody. All right, let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 24 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I voted for it twice.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2001, February.
Okay, for sure. And you said you're 24. Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm glad I caught you and Dean when he joined the live. I just want to say I am extremely disappointed in you two for turning your back on the country. And I'm not saying that in a joking manner. Y'all are on the enemy side of destroying the country. You really are. Do you know how? There's a reason why. I don't understand. I really, really, truly don't understand this.
I can help you. Let me help you understand. Let me help you understand just how absolutely batshit insane it is to suggest that I'm on the enemy side that seeks to destroy this country just because I don't support a president because he wants state-controlled media and thinks that it's illegal to criticize him on live TV. I am not on the enemy side and destroying the country because I want to uphold the Constitution and think that a president should be impeached if they violate 5 amendments in 8 months, particularly the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd, as Donald Trump has.
Okay. There's a reason why your side has shot at President Trump and killed Charlie Kirk.
Oh, but then you're never going to mention the 17-year-old white supremacist neo-Nazi alt-right groiper that shot up Evergreen High School and killed 1 student because it doesn't fit your narrative. It doesn't matter that our government, even under the Trump administration, reports that political violence is higher from alt-right compared to the far left. You're going to disregard all data that doesn't fit your prescriptive narrative. And when you isolate for all political violence that is committed by individuals on the right, and you just look at political violence that is committed by those that are supposed to be on the left, sure, you will see a trend of left-leaning political violence, but if you don't isolate for data that you don't want to see, then the story changes.
Okay. When was the situation? I'm not aware of the situation you just mentioned.
Yeah, 2 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. And of course you're not aware of it because it doesn't fit your agenda.
Yeah.
Well,
also, what about the Hortmans? Do you remember what happened to the Hortmans? Who were they killed by?
Were there the people up in Minnesota?
Yeah,
somewhere up north?
By MAGA? Killed by MAGA?
Okay, was the person that killed them, I knew he was disguising himself as a cop. Wasn't he appointed by Tim Walz for some position?
I wasn't shown anything indicating that the person that unalived them was appointed by Tim Walz.
Okay, I read something on that. That's why I asked you.
You're saying Tim Walz would appoint someone who has MAGA ideology? What?
Well, I mean, I don't know if he knew that beforehand or not, but I read from 2. So I can't give you the sources now because it's been so long ago. But I read something that the person that killed those 2 people were appointed by Tim Walz at the time.
Okay, I would love to see any source indicating that.
Okay, well, I can't look it up because it'll mute me if I swipe out on my screen. But
we do know that they are MAGA in terms of their ideology, though. So like that is one thing to address. Also, we can reference particularly Paul Pelosi, who was beat with a hammer, right, for being a Democrat.
Okay, I'm not aware.
We can talk about how Republicans responded to that. There's so many other instances. Plus, the main overarching point that Dean made was that alt-right violence, political violence, and domestic terrorism is significantly more prevalent than left-wing domestic terrorism.
Okay, but with what we see, and I haven't seen the 2 instances that y'all 2 brought up. What we see with our own eyes from a moral standpoint, I'm putting aside the data and everything. From what the country sees, and this is why you can deny this all you want to, either one of you 2, but this is why Trump won in such a landslide in 2024. He won in 2016. I know you're going to say the 2020 election wasn't rigged or whatever, but
do you think it was?
I do believe it was.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because there is no way in HE double hockey sticks that Joe Biden got the most votes in presidential history. There's no way.
So you're just coping? You can't acknowledge the reality that Joe Biden got the most votes of any candidate in U.S. history? Not only that, but also we can point to the idea that in 2020, you're saying when Trump was in office, they could rig it. But in 2024, when Democrats were in office, they lost the ability to rig it.
So you're from California, right?
Yes.
Okay, I was literally thoroughly watching the votes coming in that night. I was watching it thoroughly, and the votes were still coming in like days after for Kamala Harris in California. I was watching it. Whatever. I'll just call her Harris.
Kamala Harris was the candidate in 2024. So do you think the 2024 election was rigged?
They were trying to rig it 100%.
In 2024. So you think that they tried to rig it, but they failed?
They 100% yes.
Okay, how did they fail when they were in office?
That's
but they
undeniable.
didn't fail when Trump was in office.
because it was it was too big to rig.
But there was less votes. I thought Biden got more votes.
Y'all can laugh all you want. I know there was far less.
I thought Biden
agree.
got all these
agree
fake votes, and he got more votes than anyone ever got before. Meaning Trump, even in this election, didn't get enough votes.
Okay.
Also, you're just saying too big to rig because that's what Trump said. That's
Okay.
not like.
I have a question for y'all.
Just give me 20 seconds. That's not a claim of substance at all. If we were to ask you to describe precisely why it was too big to rig, you'd be lost for goddamn words. The only reason that you say that is because Trump did. Also, Gare Bear, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo to buy a smart lock. Thank you, Gare Bear. I really appreciate that. Let's give 500 Gare Bear W's down below in that comment section. I really do appreciate that. That is very kind of you.
Okay, well, so I have one question that I have one statement afterwards. I want to say to both of you. The question is, the first question is, do y'all truly believe that not one single illegal immigrant voted in the 2024 election? Not one.
We have no evidence that undocumented immigrants voted. Would you like to provide me a source? Unless you're talking about someone who specifically happened to be undocumented and committed like identity theft or something, and that was proven, or nothing that would change the results of the election. Definitely.
I would say that it's more likely than not one undocumented immigrant committed identity fraud and voted.
Thank you. I'm glad you're able to admit that. I really am.
But what does that mean? Like, that doesn't inform us about anything.
Yeah, that's no effect on the overall election.
Yeah, like I'm also
no, it actually does. It actually does.
It's also more likely than not that like one 17-year-old committed identity fraud and voted.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course that's possible. Of course it is. But y'all don't see the reason why the Biden-Harris administration, I call it the Autopin administration, poured in millions and millions of illegal immigrants into the country. You don't see why there is an agenda to do that. It was to change the demographics in this country. If Harris had won in 2024, we would have fallen into complete and total communism. 100.
Can you define communism, please?
We
No, dude. He got removed for civic and election integrity right as he literally says that Kamala Harris is a communist, bro. Are you serious? Come on. That's straight TikTok saving him from having to answer that question. That's so brutal. Oh my, wait, Dean, are you still here? Wait, chat, I lost my ability to go live. That's what it was. I lost my ability to go live. Let me try to do an appeal. What the hell? For the 9.6 thousand people here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to YouTube. But we all will try to come back on my third account real quick. I lost my ability to go live on and add people up as a guest on this account for some reason. I've appealed it. It was for civic for the election integrity or whatever. I shouldn't get a violation for that. It was a guest violation. And I can't even go live. Okay, that's great. It won't even let me send the appeal. That's amazing. So for the 9.4 thousand people, everyone, it's so funny how Dean's just sitting there like that. On YouTube, it's Parker Get a Job. Everyone just look up Parker Get a Job with no spaces. I'm going to come back on my third account, Parker Get a Real Job. I'll see everyone there here in a second. I'll be right back. Parker Get a Real Job. Go to that account right now. I'll see y'all there in literally like a second. I love y'all so much. Come right back. Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok and Parker Get a Job on YouTube. PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. What's good, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? What's good? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only, again, send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. What happened? I got banned on my main account from going live and adding up people as a guest. So that means I can't use my main account until I get it back. So I'm going to have to appeal that and try and get it back. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Do give it a second for people to join up, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
What's your birth year?
Born 10/18/2005.
For sure. And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, watch down.
I support him well, I just believe he's better in office than Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So, and why is that?
Because mainly border patrols.
Mainly border patrol. Okay, so can you tell me specifically what about the border? So, could you name like maybe a border policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
No.
Okay, so then like, how could you know that he's better for the border?
Because what I've heard that as he's taken office, there's more ICE coming through and taking all the Mexicans.
Wait, so why specifically would you want to kick out people who are Mexican? That's so weird. Are you trolling?
Well, okay.
Like, that's such a weird fucking dude. That's such a weird thing. What is wrong with you?
Illegal immigrants.
Why would you associate undocumented immigrants just to be Mexican?
I mean, are they not?
There are a lot of undocumented immigrants that are not Mexican. Most people who are coming to the country right now are not Mexican. So, like, I don't know what your argument is there. That's really weird. Why you would specifically isolate and talk about people who are Mexican. Like, that's really weird. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
No response?
Nope.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 16, not 16, 19.
What's your birth year?
06.
What month?
April.
Okay, do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Right now, I wouldn't have an answer to that. I'm kind of on the fence.
Okay. All right. Well, then you should probably just watch the stream. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 19.
What's your birth year?
2006, August 10th.
Okay, and what month?
August 10th. August
sorry, what
10th?
year? I meant to say what year.
2006.
2006. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
So actually, I was just talking to you the other day, and or I think it was yesterday, and
I'm so sorry. If you've already been on the live, I am just looking for some debates. I am just looking for some debates from people who have not been on the live yet. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. So please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. I appreciate you very much, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I hope you keep watching and keep changing your mind.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Do you support
What's up,
Donald
buddy?
Trump?
Hey, what's up, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
Unfortunately, yes, I do. August 29, 2000.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
25.
For sure. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Unfortunately, because I wish I was as cool as you guys. The reason I support him is because I look at countries such as the UK and Canada. Actually, before I get into that, do you agree that America is better than those two countries?
Okay, you're kind of all over the place. I'm confused.
Do you agree that Do you agree that the USA is a better country than Canada and the UK? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, and why so?
I don't make overall arching claims of whether or not like either Canada, the UK, or the United States is a better country as a whole. But definitely right now, as we stand, They're definitely better than us for sure.
Okay, and which would you rather live in? I got you. Which would you rather?
Here, because my family lives here.
I got you. All right, no problem. So yeah, I look at what's gone on in the UK and their censorship laws. And by the way, I think what happened to Jimmy Kimmel is awful, and I think the Republicans are really like turning their backside to what they used to support it. And I don't even know if I'd consider myself a Republican. I'd vote Democrat many other years, but like I would have to say that the UK just is going like bananas on arresting people for
Can I ask you this question?
censorship law. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you name one way in which the United States is the best country in the world?
Did I say they were the best country, or did I ask if they were better than Canada or the UK?
So you agree America is not the best country in the world?
I don't think I can say that there is a single best country.
Okay. Well, then how could you make a claim that like the U.S. is better or worse than the U.K. or Canada if we're only taking
basically
based one or two
I was
things?
asking you.
There are plenty of ways in which we could mention either way that we could have disagreements, particularly with either country. But if I would say what's more in alignment with my political values, definitely the UK and Canada comparative to the United States.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't about like me trying to claim that the U.S. is like alternate and better than them. It was more just like, where would you prefer to live, and based off your political beliefs and why.
So if I had no family,
sure,
like, it's like I'm gonna live where my family is, not based upon
Of
where
course.
like, So that's what I care about the most in terms of where I want to live. But if we're talking about like what aligns most with my political ideology, I already told you, I would rather like live in those areas.
Okay, so and just like last kind of question, would it be Canada or the UK if it was just between those two?
I'm not sure.
Okay, gotcha. So what are your thoughts just on what goes on in the UK for like censorship laws and over 12,000 citizens being arrested in the past couple of years for posting things online?
Well, what do they post online? I think that there are things that people could post online that are like threats that definitely should lead to people getting arrested.
Like, did you see that video? Those two police officers going to that young lady's house and having her pull up a tweet from a few months ago and seizing her phone. I'm sure you've seen that, right?
I didn't see this. No. On what?
Okay, so it was like I'd say a week ago, and she had viewed I think it was like a white supremacist post in the UK. She didn't interact with it other than view it. She didn't post, retweet, or anything. She just viewed it, and they came to her house to seize her phone because she was a part of a list of people who. Okay.
I would have to see a source on that. Can we talk about the topic though?
So why? What's your question?
What I thought you asked me. Question. Why do you
asked me
Trump,
why
bro?
Why do I support Trump?
Yeah, and you just randomly
you
started
haven't
yapping.
asked me that yet. You said, do you support Trump? And I said yes. You haven't asked me why.
The topic.
So if you would like to ask, that's the topic. But I'm answering your questions, dude.
I did ask you why, by the way.
Did you?
Yes.
All right, I'll have to review that. But
I can.
So are you? You're
play
at.
back
So
the
right now you're
audio.
asking me why do I support him?
Yeah. Why do you support Donald Trump?
And didn't I say? Okay, I think I'm remembering. Didn't I say? Unfortunately, I have to support him. Isn't that what I said? I wish I didn't have to, but is that not what I said?
That's not a reason why you support him. Why do you support the guy?
Dude, okay. All right, buddy. All right. I'm not
God,
a Trumpist, bro. I'm not a Trumpist. I just
Then
thought
why
you
are
would
you
like
joining a live about why you support Donald Trump, dude? What are you
because
doing?
I'm a part of over half of the population who would have voted or would
Then
have voted.
tell me
for him.
why.
That's why. Because he was the best option in my opinion. That doesn't mean I
Why?
love him.
Why was he the best option?
Do you have to vote for Kamala to support her? Yes or no?
Why was he the best option? Jesus Christ.
Can I say I'd vote for him, but I don't support him? Is that fine? Is that fine? Just clear that up with me.
Okay, so
just clear that up with me.
Okay, what
I think they're both evil. I don't like either, but just clear that up with me, please.
What I mean,
just
by,
please.
Stop. What I mean by
all right, buddy.
What I mean by why you stop cutting me off. What I mean by why you support Trump is that if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Right. So I didn't vote, but I would go Trump.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you would vote for Donald Trump. That's what I mean by support. So you do support Donald Trump. So why in that context would you vote for him?
Define support.
You're rage baiting, dude. Get off my lawn, man. Are you rage baiting? Can you admit it?
I'm not rage baiting, but I do think I grew up in a generation where the liberals were cooler, and it is weird seeing conservatives try to be cool. I'll admit that.
What do you mean by cool? What does that even mean?
Well, like the conservatives think they're like the counter movement now, and they're like they act all rebellious, and they get on here and try to call you and Dean like pussies and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Are you? So you're admitting you're trolling?
I'm apolitical. There. I would pick one over the other, but.
So who would you pick over the other?
Didn't I tell you I would pick Trump, right?
Do you actually think that?
Haven't I told you this?
Well, you're not answering my questions. Like, I was asking you questions and you weren't responding to them. Like, why would you vote for him if you
Can
went
you
back in
ask me
time?
a question? Can you just ask me questions about my views? Maybe we can get somewhere there. Ask me how I feel about a certain policy.
No, I'm going to ask you the same thing one more time, and if you don't answer, I'm going to kick you from the stream.
All right. No feelings hurt.
Good. So, if you could go back in time, why would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Because I sided with the Republican Party more.
On what?
I sided with the Republican cultural view and the shift more. That's why.
On what?
On just a stronger. I don't know, man. I would have voted for Trump on the basis that he felt like the safer option in national security. There.
Okay. How is he safer for national security?
He is just tougher. I think that he has a history of dealing with different world leaders, and they just wouldn't bat an eye to Trump like they might Kamala, because she's a woman and other countries are. Okay, if I said Melania Trump, would you correct me? I know it's Kamala. I just haven't said her name in a while.
I actually just did. I'm not trolling. I would say Melania.
Really?
Yes, I do that. I actually literally do. I'm sorry. Of course, like I want to purposefully say people's names correctly. That'd be great.
Someone said that's it. She's a woman. That is not true. I wanted Carly Fiorina to win when I was 16.
Hold up. So the history of dealing with other leaders. How well has he dealt with Russia?
I don't know. Has anybody really dealt well with those guys?
He actually just adopted the Democrats' point of view. Do you want me to show you the Truth Social post? He literally said that we can get back the entirety of Ukraine back into its full form. Oh, wrong thing. Oops.
You're good.
There we are. You see?
Oh yeah, you were sharing it with that one guy who wouldn't shut the fuck up for so long.
Well,
that dude made me like, oh my god. Is that the longest you ever talked to a guest?
No, I've talked to guests for longer.
That was like making me lose my mind. Almost worse than the 44-year-old dude before him.
Well, read this. Did you see this? You see, this is clearly him saying that he's like pro-Ukraine now.
That's a lot to read. I can screenshot it. I'll put that out later.
Okay, I'll read it off for you. Okay.
Oh, you want to right now?
No, I'll just read it off part of it that you would not like to hear.
For sure.
Yeah, so they specifically said, after getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form, with time and patience and financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO. The original borders from where this war started is very much an option.
So you think he's taking the Democratic side with that?
Yeah, he's brought back the funding to help defend Ukraine from Russia, and he understands that Putin actually isn't trying to negotiate, which is something that we could have told you prior to the election.
Right. Well, good thing I didn't vote, right? Hey.
Well, if you could go back in time, would you still vote for Trump?
I had to pick one, so I said yes. If you said I had to, right?
No, if you could go back in time, would you vote
if I
for Trump?
could. Oh, shit, I see. If I could. I think you meant if I had to. But do you think that Kamala would ever consider endorsing somebody like Josh Shapiro running for president? Or
I don't think we're going to actually have a conversation on the live. I'm going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. I'm sorry, Dean must have just got banned, everyone. Dean went live on his main account, and he must have just got banned. That's really unfortunate. I got my main account banned, too. Looks like we're in the same boat. I'm going to try and get my account back as well. I wonder why he got banned. I'm going to try and report a problem. Just gotta copy. I gotta paste. Others. There we are. Paste. All right. Sorry there. Right. Well, it's good, everyone. Dean can come back up if he wants to, of course. He should on his, if he does like a second or third account, he should just join us here. Dean got yaptured, chat. He got yaptured. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone, for the 4.3 thousand people here on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
It's 2007.
Okay, what month?
September.
For sure.
I just turned.
Yeah, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I'm a Christian and I believe that his values line up with mine more than the other side.
How so?
Because of, like, I just think that Donald Trump is more Christian than the Kamala Harris.
In what way?
I'm not sure, man.
Okay, so is it more Christian to say that you never ask God for forgiveness in your life, or to not be able to mention his favorite Bible verse, or to not know the distinction in a real legitimate sense between the Old and New Testament? The guy who also like literally like he has no understanding of Christianity at all. You know, Kamala Harris actually goes to church, and like she understands Christianity, and that's what she believes in, a separation of church and state, and she believes in like, you know, human compassion and decency and empathy, and not, you know, kicking 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires while adding trillions of dollars to the debt more.
Well, it's not just Donald Trump himself. I just feel like the Republican Party is like more, it like has the Christian values more than the Democratic Party.
In what way? Trump cheating on every single one of his wives?
I'm not saying Trump is a perfect person, because I mean everyone sins and stuff, and I mean I don't know if Trump, I have to look into it. I don't think he's the greatest guy, but I just feel like he's a better president.
Okay, so what makes you think that he's a better president?
Because I feel more safe with him as president than
Why?
I would Kamala Harris.
Why do you feel more safe?
Because I feel like he's just a better leader in general.
In what way?
Well, I mean, I literally saw a clip the other day. He was meeting with Putin, and they flew that big, I forgot what it's called, that plane that like bombs the places or whatever. But it's just like, he's just tough.
Okay. So in what way is he tough? You just said he comes down on things hard. That's not like actually like.
Well, he's
anything specific.
He's letting everyone know that he stands on business.
Yeah. So did he do that with Putin? Because he just recently said that he was pro-Ukraine after just figuring out how the conflict operates. I'm not trolling. He admitted it himself.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, he just admitted to finally understanding the conflict and understanding that he needs to defend Ukraine, and that the way he was doing so in the past was not actually good. Welcome back, Dean. I know you're having a not so great day. I'm sorry, bro. Today's been a little bit brutal. I lost my main too. I'm sorry, bro. That's a bit much. Feisty, by the way, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I actually did not see that at all. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Luke, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Kim with the $5. I appreciate it. D, thank you so much for the $5. Leslie, thank you for the $5. Matt, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Caroline, thank you so much for the $5. But yeah, Dean, how you feeling, man?
Great.
You know, good.
I'm feeling so good, dude. I mean, just phenomenal. Let me tell you.
You know what? It sounds like you're doing great, man. You wanna carry on, my guy Tanner? What were you saying?
I don't even remember.
Yeah, what were you just arguing? You were just arguing like Trump's like super strong on his positions. Was he strong on like, releasing the Epstein files?
I mean, I don't know much about that stuff.
Do you think it's a hoax?
I'm not sure.
Do you want the Epstein files to be released?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know what the Epstein files are.
Okay, if you don't know what the Epstein files are at this point, bro, you're not involved enough to know what the hell is going on in the world at all.
Well, I'm not a big political activist. I just be.
I mean, you don't have to be, dude.
I mean, I just turned 18.
You act like, dude, I know people in my life that are not like super insanely political, right, all the time, right? Yet they still know about it.
Yeah, I'd say that the Epstein files are kind of one of those things that extend beyond like the niche political communities. And realistically, I would argue that a vast majority of all Americans know what the Epstein files are.
What, can you explain it to me?
Yeah, so do you know who Jeffrey Epstein is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
So he would like sex traffic children on something called Epstein's Island, right, with a person named Ghislaine Maxwell. And these people were close friends with Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump's quote-unquote closest friend for like 15 years. And he said about Jeffrey Epstein that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side.
So, like, what are the files then?
What the files? The files are about like the case against an investigation against Trump or Epstein. Sorry, Dean. I'm sorry.
What did I?
What did you even do?
Oh,
do you have
man.
another account?
Yeah, I'll be back on another account.
What did Dean do? What did he do, chat? Dude. You just got flagged for no reason, bro. TikTok wants us down. You know what? It's Trump. Trump is coming after Dean and Parker now. That's what it is, chat. Trump is coming after Dean and Parker. Oh, shit, dude. Like, what? Seriously, what did he just get flagged for? Like, what the fuck? Sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. So, I guess, yeah. So, I guess in general, like, what about Trump do you like? Because it's clearly not that he's more Christian. He doesn't actually, I'll ask you this question. Can you name one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Can you name one Christian ideal that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
I feel like abortion. I don't think.
What about it?
I don't think abortion should be legal.
Do you think it's wrong to allow for abortion to occur?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Does God allow for abortions to occur?
No, I don't think.
No, God does not. So no abortions occur.
Well, obviously they do, but he doesn't.
So God allows for abortions to occur, right? So God must be doing something morally evil by allowing for abortions to occur, correct?
No, because he gives us free will.
Okay, so then why can't Kamala Harris say people should have free will?
She can, but I just don't think it's right.
So God's doing something wrong? So he can think that, but it's wrong?
No.
Okay, so why is it wrong when Kamala Harris does it, but not when Donald Trump does it?
Whoa. Doesn't, like, Jesus in the gospel call for us to be holy?
I didn't hear what you said.
Doesn't Jesus in the gospel call for us to be holy?
Yes.
Is being holy just doing what Jesus would do? That's where, like, the WWJD comes from?
Yes.
Okay, is Jesus God?
Yes.
So then being holy means doing what God would do. And you just said that God does allow for women to access abortion, meaning that, in fact, it is holy and righteous to believe that women should be able to access abortion.
God doesn't allow us to do that. He gives us free will, And
Yeah,
Jesus
that's
died
holy.
on the
It's
cross
holy
for
to
our sins.
allow for abortions to occur, man. To let people have
No, it's
access
not.
to it, to let people have their free will, right? That's holy.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, do you know that Donald Trump, under his own perspective, also allows for abortion? Like,
I
leaving it up to the
gotta,
states. What's up?
I gotta head out. Got a locksmith here. Take care.
Take care. Let me know how it goes. Good luck to Dean. Good luck to Dean. Did you hear what I just said? Under Donald Trump's own abortion law, leaving it up to the states does allow for abortion to occur. Does that mean Donald Trump's doing something wrong?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, according to your reasoning, yes, it does. Hey, dude, genuinely, like, real question. What got you to decide to come up on the stream?
Because I just saw it and I clicked request and I didn't expect to actually be joined. So
have you watched my streams at all before?
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just saying, like, because it seems like you're not like involved in politics enough to like want to debate it. So, you know, but like, you know, I'm happy that you are engaging in these conversations, that you are at least thinking to some extent, and that you are willing to question your belief system and have it challenged. I think those are all like admirable things about like what you are willing to do there in terms of just coming up on a stream. But one thing I would say is that like, it seems like you need to, you know, do some research or look into these different types of claims before you would make assertions or beliefs on them, right? And it seems like you do that to some extent.
Are you a Christian?
I'm not actually. I grew up in a Christian household, but I'm not a Christian anymore.
Why not?
I think Christianity is false.
Why though? Like, why do you believe that?
In a very basic sense, and this doesn't mean I like hate all Christians. By the way, my parents are Christian, but like I disagree with the view. God's perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, meaning that it's impossible for him to desire something that would be imperfect, a state of affairs that would be imperfect, because it would be assuming that he would go from a state in which is perfect, where he exists alone prior to creation, to a state that is imperfect. That would be an imperfect desire. So the idea that God would move from an initial state of being perfect to a state that is imperfect, the world that we exist in right now, God plus creation, because there are some flaws within the creation that exists right now, that would be antithetical to him being perfect in the first place.
Well, do you know about the Adam and Eve story?
Yeah. Like I know the claims of that. There's no good scientific evidence for that. There's no good theological basis for that. Logical basis, nothing. Like,
well, it's just
a lot of Christians don't even believe Adam and Eve actually existed. It's kind of just like a story about like creation, is what people say.
Well, I think you should give it a shot.
I have. And that's why, genuinely, like if you hear what I just said, it's literally impossible for God as a perfect being to go from a state in which is perfect by himself to a state that would then be perfect. Because the state of affairs of God existing alone was perfect, of him existing, his existence alone. There's no flaws in that existence, right? So he then chooses to create God plus creation. There is flaws within our existence. There's sin within our existence, right? So there's some flaws within creation. So God plus creation, there's some flaws within that equation now. So the state of affairs that existed prior, no flaws. The state of affairs that exists now, there are flaws. God would never choose to create because it would entail an existence with flaws rather than existence eternally with no flaws. That's why it's contradictory and impossible.
Well, I don't know, man. I think if you just believe in your heart, then I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I don't use these like big words or whatever, but I just think
none of these are big words. You gotta think, right? Desiring from going from a state that's perfect to imperfect is an imperfect desire, because it's saying that you desired imperfection over perfection. That's not possible, because something that is imperfect or has flaws is entailing that has less desirable characteristics. A flaw is less desirable. So if there's any flaws, there are less desirable characteristics, meaning that it's not as preferable to something that has no flaws, no undesirable characteristics.
Yeah, but when the world was created, it was originally perfect until Eve and Adam ate the apples.
But God knows that when creating humans, that they in and of themselves are not perfect, and that they at some point would sin, because God's all-knowing and all-powerful. So he's still deciding to create an existence with flaws rather than an existence without flaws. So that's why it's contradictory. Now, I get a lot of people in terms of why they have it in their life and they like feel good, like from Christianity, or they like some of the good elements taking that. But there's a lot of bad elements, and I don't think it's a reliable basis. And I think that you as yourself and your own intuition is more of a reliable basis than Christianity. But if you, through your own intuition, want to take some of the good aspects of Christianity to make yourself feel good, I mean, I get that. Like, I understand doing that, and I have a lot of empathy for that. And I want a coalition build with liberal Christians, you know? But I definitely disagree from a truth and falsehood standpoint of whether or not I think it's actually possible. Like, I think it's logically impossible. And I mean, the same goes for other religions that believe in a perfect God. I don't believe any perfect God is possible, given that we exist in an imperfect world. It would entail that we exist in a world right now that is perfect, which is obviously ridiculous to believe.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just don't agree with it.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I think I'm good.
All right. I appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you want to support me, as always, everybody, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm going to be on for a minimum 15 more minutes. You know, that'll get me at 4 hours. I might do a little bit extra on live today. So maybe we'll get some extra time. Maybe we'll get some extra time on live here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
My birthday is 2007.
What month?
August.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
I think there is a good amount of reasons why I do support Trump, but I do want to focus this debate more specifically on my Christian religion, because I was hearing the previous one.
Oh, no.
I just had a couple.
We'll talk about why you support
questions.
Trump. I don't want to debate religion.
Okay. Yeah, I think on a purely rational standpoint of the points of view that he presents in terms of abortion is one that I do respect most highly when it comes to the point of view, when it comes to Donald Trump.
Okay, so if the reason why you support, so here's my point with this. If Christianity is the reason why you support Trump, well, then we can talk about it as it relates to why you support Donald Trump. But like, I typically don't engage in like a debate like about Christianity. I used to. I did it all the time on my streams. I do enjoy talking about it, but like I just don't want to make the stream about it when it's not about it. I did kind of provide like the argument I typically provide in that context. I have plenty of others, but like we could talk about what's relevant to your support of Trump.
Sure. Yeah, I think the abortion is probably the biggest reason why I do support Donald Trump.
Okay, and that's because of your religious views?
It does deal with religious views. However, I do believe on a non-religious, purely looking at both standpoints from a pro-choice and pro-life standpoint, I believe that there's a justification for pro-choice and abortion to be outlawed.
Okay. So then what would that be?
I believe that abortion should not be on the table in any instance.
Oh, okay. So even in the life of the pregnant individual?
Yes, I don't believe that, regardless, because the life that is in the person is not in the decision of the mother to decide what is to do with that life.
So to clarify, someone who's going to die themselves, if they do not get access to an abortion, and the fetus will die too, in that circumstance, do you think that they should be able to get access to an abortion?
I believe there are special circumstances in those times where the mother is at imminent risk of death then there may be an exception. However, I believe that is not a commonality across the board for
Not
abortions
a
in
may. I'm
America.
asking you, in that circumstance, do you think they should be allowed to get access to an abortion?
It would depend on the circumstance, but I believe that
I gave you the
to an
circumstance.
extent,
The circumstance is that if they do not get an abortion, they will die and the fetus will die. In that circumstance, should they be able to get legal access to an abortion?
right. And Parker, to that point, I would agree with you. But I don't believe that across the board in the United States, the amount of people that do get abortions is that circumstance.
Sure.
But I would agree with you.
You
on
said
that
in
point.
every circumstance. I'm just trying to see whether or not you apply any level of exceptions. Could you tell me the general exception? Like, do you apply exceptions in cases of grape?
In cases of grape, I believe the point of view that we need to understand is that a person at the age of, let's just say, 18 years old, you can't tell whether or not that person was conceived in grape or not.
I'm sorry, we don't value it based upon what it could be in the future only. We value it based upon the past or present and future of it, right? In terms of a subjective experience. And if you want to talk about like an individual that was assaulted, they didn't cause the set of occurrences that the person would be in a state of dependency because of that. So then they would have no obligation to maintain it. So anyone who was assaulted has no obligation to maintain the pregnancy because they didn't cause it.
You're talking about the assaultee or the baby specifically?
The person who got assaulted has no obligation to maintain it.
In the current state of affairs, the person has no obligation because of the laws that are set up right now. But I don't believe that that's the way that the future America should be laid out.
I said no moral obligation. So you think that there should be a moral obligation in that context for a child who is assaulted to go through the context of a pregnancy?
Oh, so we're talking about a child that was raped?
Yeah.
In that instance, I mean, those cases are very few. But in those cases, I do believe that my point of view still stands. I don't want to be... I don't want to be...
So you would say a 10-year-old should be forced to go through the context of a pregnancy? It should be illegal. They're a murderer.
In those instances, it is
if they get access to an abortion.
I don't believe that in those instances, because again, it goes back to my principal view that fetus is a life, and that person, no matter the age of it, has the right to remove that life.
That's crazy. So a literal 10-year-old who got assaulted. A 10-year-old who got assaulted. And you say few cases, but like we're talking about plenty of people. It's not just like 1, 2, or 3 cases. We're talking about this happens all across the United States. Okay, so the idea that there aren't...
That's your argument, though.
It does happen.
If that's your argument.
It's against you because you think that they should...
quantity of amount of...
That doesn't matter.
What's the quantity of
It
amount
shouldn't
of
happen there should be
happen?
no case where they should be forced to go through a pregnancy without their or in that circumstance, given that they literally were assaulted.
I understand that, but if that's your claim, you're going to need a warrant behind that to provide us evidence.
No
whether or
causal
not that's
obligation.
true. No, but you need to provide us with evidence specifically saying that there is an amount of people, majority of abortions that happen because rape is the reason
I never
for
said
it.
a majority of abortions occur because of that. That's not what I said.
Okay, well then I'll make my argument
do you
more
think
specific.
hazel
Are you
eyes
able
are
to
rare?
provide us with statistics?
Do you think hazel eyes are rare?
What does that mean?
Do you think that hazel eyes are rare?
Hate like the color?
Yeah, or having red hair. Do you think that's rare?
I believe it's in minority. I don't believe that majority of people have.
Is it
red
rare
hair.
though?
I don't think it would be rare because there's people that do have red hair, so it's not necessarily something that you'd be like, wow, I've never seen red hair before.
Okay, exactly. And there are people who have been assaulted and they have to go through the context of pregnancies because they were assaulted, and that is for plenty of people something that has happened in their life and to people that they know. Okay, so the idea
Okay,
that
but
you're
if
going
you
to
say
say
that that's
that as a
plenty,
reason
it's
to
a
say
pretty
that
loose
like
term.
red hair or hazel eyes are not rare is very ridiculous, right? Given that the standpoint is very clear that even if it's in a few percentage of cases, even if it was rare, doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to get access to it.
Right, but in order for your argument to be true, and in order for your argument to actually have validity behind it, you would have to provide us with specifics to actually show that 10-year-olds who are raped are have the option or have taken or taken advantage of the option of abortion.
Yes, that's happened. You don't think that's ever happened?
I believe there has been
there was a
cases
case
of
in
it, but you
Ohio
have to show
specifically where
specific-
there was a case in Ohio where a 10-year-old had to go to a different state to get access to an abortion.
Okay, and then that's one case, and I'm not saying that I don't show empathy towards that. I show empathy towards that case specifically, for sure.
Yeah,
However,
and do you think that they should have
are there
enforced
more
those
cases
conditions
for
because
that?
of Donald Trump's abortion laws? Donald Trump's abortion laws put them into that position.
Right, and it goes back to my principle that the living human being inside of that mother does not have the ability to remove that life because it's not her life to choose.
So again, you say that it's not quote unquote their life to choose. Okay, then can I ask you this question? Donald Trump advocated for drone striking a group of people that were literally on a boat coming to our country. They claimed it was because they were trying to traffic drugs. Was it their right to take away people's lives?
Was it the United States Army or our military's right
Yeah, I'm
to take
asking,
away
was
the
it
lives
Donald
of the
Trump's right
narco-traffickers?
to call for that?
I believe there was a justification for that because those people had the possibility of harming more Americans.
Okay, so again, that's just trafficking of DRUGS. That's not specifically anything violent. That's literally just DRUGS. So you're saying that it's okay to take life in that circumstance, but a 10-year-old girl who gets assaulted, she should be forced to go through a context of a pregnancy. People that have a 50% chance of dying in the context of a pregnancy, they should be forced to go through the context of pregnancy because they don't get to determine specifically when it is the case that a life is not there, even though it's literally a non-sentient embryo that will never have a subjective experience fucking ever if there's an abortion.
Right, and I understand your argument, but it does go back again to my religious beliefs.
There we go. So let's talk about that. Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yeah, I do believe in separation of church and state.
Okay, so if you believe in separation of church and state, why is your religion a reason as to why people shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion?
Could you explain that argument a little bit better?
You just said you believe in separation of church and state, so then why would religion be a reason as to why you think the law should operate a certain way if you believe in separation of church and state?
I believe that the gospel calls us to be ambassadors, and that extends. I understand your argument that there is a separation. However, when it comes to arguments that directly correlate and conflict with what the gospel has laid out, then I believe that the Christian should be able to take a stand.
I don't see anywhere in the gospel where it says abortion should be illegal. But if you want to look at the 10 Commandments,
right, and there's a lot
for
of things.
example, Donald Trump has violated one of them. For example, the committing adultery, right? He's cheated on every single one of his wives. Do you think he should be in prison because adultery should be illegal? Because that's a violation of the 10 Commandments.
No, I don't. No, I don't believe so.
So you don't think every violation of the 10 Commandments should be illegal, so why should abortion be illegal?
No, I don't want to sound like, okay, just because he's Mr. Trump, then he gets the get out of jail free card. I don't believe that's the argument that I want to present. However, when it comes specifically to, now, I'll be completely clear on this issue. I don't believe Mr. Trump is completely free of all commandments in the gospel. In fact, I believe that every single person who has lived has violated each and every one of those commandments. Not maybe all of them. I don't believe all of us have committed murder.
Each and every
but
one
I
is
believe
crazy.
that to a certain extent. Yeah, that's why I added the exception.
Yeah,
Maybe not everybody has committed
I was about to say,
murder.
I was like, that's a unhinged statement. That every single one, that's crazy. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've actually never violated a single law in the New or Old Testament.
Have you ever felt jealousy against anybody?
What's that?
You've never sinned.
I've never sinned.
Well, what's your reason for that?
What's up?
What's your reason for you never sinning?
I have never committed a sin.
Okay, and why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that? I just genuinely haven't committed a sin. What sin do you think I've committed?
I mean, if I had to, I've listened to a couple of your videos, and you do use expletives that are sinful. That's
Like
one of the basic
Like
ones
what?
that I could
I
think
use
of.
what?
I think there's other ones that I wouldn't be able to say those because that would be conflicting with my scripture.
Then I don't know what you're talking about. How can I tell whether or not it's a sin if you can't tell me what the sin was?
Right, and I see where you're trying to go with this to get me to say it, so I'm not going to be able to say it. But you were just
saying
maybe
cursing?
5 minutes ago. You said the F word. Yeah,
Cursing's not a
expletives.
sin.
Yeah, it says that we, as Christians, we need to be using our tongue in ways that glorify God, and expletives don't glorify God.
I think it fucking glorifies God, I tell you.
Okay. Okay, I do see your. I can
how did that
maybe
not
see your point
glorify
on
God
that, but
right
I
there, dude?
personally don't agree with that.
What are you
Because
talking- what are
the
you talking
pride
about?
that you might have in your heart.
I have no pride in my heart right now. That's a sin.
Okay. It's a sin to have no pride in your heart?
No, it's a sin to have any
Is that what
pride
you're
in my
saying?
heart, man. I can't have any pride, man.
Right.
I'm not sinful.
Okay, so then do you think that
I've
like
never lied
because
in my
you're not
life
sinful,
once.
do you think
I've
it's
never
not-
lied. What's up?
Okay. Do you think it's if you say that you're perfect, would you say that God is unable to save people then? Is it just multiple people that are perfect? Are you perfect and nobody else is perfect, or
I'm perfect.
What would you
That's
say?
just how it is. I mean, there are probably other people that are perfect out there as well, but I mean, my girlfriend is one of them.
Okay. Would you say that you need a savior, and that if you don't need a savior, do you believe that you're going to heaven?
No, we don't need a savior because we're perfect. What do I need to be saved from?
Okay.
We're
Let me
like
ask you a
perfect
question.
for each other, you know?
Right, I see the vision. Would you say that on a scale of 1 to 10, how certain that you're going to heaven?
Dude, I'm gonna be there totally, 100%.
Okay, so 10 out of 10, right?
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
All right. And then if Jesus was standing right before you right now in the gates of heaven, and he said, "Why should you enter heaven?" What would you say?
He wouldn't even ask me that
Because
question.
you're perfect, right?
He would just tell me to walk through. I've never sinned. Why shouldn't I be?
Okay. Okay.
Tell
Right.
me one thing
So
I've ever
you're
done
saying
that
that
would mean
you
I
don't
shouldn't be able
need-
to go in.
I told you, I believe that to a certain extent, you may have not committed physical murder, but I believe there is murder in your heart that is laid out in the gospel in terms of jealousy or.
What, dude?
Yeah,
No, I have
something.
no jealousy in my heart. You said murder in the heart is jealousy. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
That is something that is laid
crazy.
out in scripture. Yeah,
is
it is
nuts.
crazy, but it is something that is laid out in scripture. But would you say that, so you're perfect. Do you think that there's no point in Jesus dying on the cross then?
No, there was, dude, for everyone else's sins.
Okay, so not specifically for you and your girlfriend and maybe a couple other people, but for the people that aren't you and your girlfriend, they needed Jesus to die on the cross for their sins.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you do believe that the resurrection has power to save?
For other people.
For other people,
Yeah,
but not
dude.
specifically for you.
I'm a Bible believing Christian, bro.
Okay. So, is there any you fully believe in every part of the scripture, and there's not one part that you disagree
Jesus
with?
Christ is the Lord and Savior.
Okay. And then, but in your previous person that you had up here talking, there was disagreement that you had in terms of, I believe it was creed.
Yeah, dude, that would be sinful. I obviously, if I don't believe in Christianity, that'd be sinful. Come on, bro. I was waiting for you to be like, "That's a sin, bro." Come on. Now, come on. Let's go. You know my point, though. Like, if I could just claim that, like Jesus claimed it, and like, again, if just because we can't mention a sin that you've engaged in doesn't mean you have never sinned in your life, right? That just means that we just don't know what you've done that's sinful. So that was kind of like the point I was running with. But again, generally, the idea that I was bringing up originally was just because something's a sin doesn't mean it should be illegal. So then why do you think it should be illegal in the context of abortion?
In the context of abortion, now, you could bring up many politicians that have broken laws, and you could say, well, okay, they should be outlawed and they should be thrown into prison. I don't believe that our justice system is perfect. I have to make that clear. I don't believe that every single person that has broken a 10 Commandment has been justifiably given the due that they deserve. However, specifically, we have the ability in our current administration to be able to outlaw something that is against the principles of Scripture. Now, to make a clarification, I don't believe that Donald Trump is a Christian. However, I can't make that determination and I can't make that judgment because I'm not the person to do so. It is only God who's able to make that judgment. He may say that he's a Christian, and that's between him and God, so I can't conflict with that.
Okay, so then you shouldn't have any laws because God determines what people should and shouldn't be able to do and what they can and can't do.
No, that what I was saying specifically is that God is the one who makes the distinction upon whether or not you are truly saved and dedicated your life to Christ. When it comes to laws specifically, it would be a different conversation.
Yeah, so but essentially the idea is that like if God allows for these different types of behaviors to occur, why should we as humans be the ones to restrict them from occurring? From a human basis, like why would it be wrong for God to restrict people from doing that, but not for us?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that it would be wrong for God to restrict it. I believe that He has the power to do anything that He deems necessary, but He has granted Christians and humans with the ability, with authority, to a certain extent, if we're, by God's grace, elected into office and we have the ability to have some authority and say in what happens to our legislature, then we have the ability to do so. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say that.
Can I clarify my argument? Essentially, my argument is, who are you to say which sin should be illegal and which sins should not be illegal?
I don't believe I am the one to say that. I believe that God is the one to make that determination.
Exactly. That's the point that I was making. Therefore, you can't make a prescription of what we should be able to do and what we shouldn't be able to do in terms of the law, because again, you're not the one to make that prescription.
But there is a
God
distinction.
is.
But there is a distinction between making that between delineating whether or not something is sinful and illegal and making something sinful and punitive.
So again, who are you to make that determination?
I believe that it would be our legislature to determine the things that are criminal and what things deserve punishment and what things violate law.
Who are you to make a prescription in terms of how the legislature should operate based upon what sin should be illegal and what sin shouldn't be? Unless you're making a prescription that all sins should be illegal, what gives you jurisdiction to identify that? Because it seems like it's independent of your religious beliefs.
Right, and I do want to make a distinction that I don't have the ability to make laws, and I'm not elected in the legislature, so I cannot make that distinction, so I do not have the authority nor the right to do so. I want to be honest and clear in my debate with you. I don't want to be dishonest.
If a woman commits adultery and becomes pregnant based upon committing adultery, should she be allowed to get an abortion?
If a woman commits adultery, if she's the one that does it intently?
Yeah.
Should she be able to access abortion?
Yeah.
No.
Would it be wrong for her to get an abortion?
Yes, because of my principal beliefs.
Okay, well then why does God say in the context?
personal.
So then why does God say in the context of Numbers that they should get an abortion? They should intentionally cause a miscarriage by drinking the bitter water.
So what I understood from your previous argument, you said that God doesn't talk about abortion whatsoever in Scripture. So that's conflicting.
God does. God does in this one instance.
Oh, so
but God, I said God never says that abortion should be illegal. But this is a prescription of the morality of abortion. In Numbers 5, it literally says that someone who is like unfaithful should drink the bitter water to cause an intentional miscarriage if they cheat on their husband.
If they cheat on their husband, I would have to look more intently on that scripture. I will give you the benefit. I will give myself the benefit of the doubt that I haven't read that scripture, so I wouldn't be able to make a distinction based upon that.
Apparently, the priest writes curses onto the scroll and then washes them into the bitter water. And then he shall make the woman drink the bitter water that brings a curse. And this water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering will enter her. The priest is to take from her hands the grain offering for jealousy, wave it before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. The priest is to then take a handful of grain offering as a memorial offering and burn it at the altar. After that, he is to have the woman drink the water. If she has made herself impure and been unfaithful to her husband, this will be the result. This will be the result when she is made to drink the water that brings a curse and causes bitter suffering. It will enter her, her abdomen will swell, and her womb will miscarry, and she will become a curse.
Let me read that scripture real quick. Give me one second.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be 23 to Numbers 5, 23 through 28.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So that's literally God calling for them to cause an abortion. So like, and you just said that it was wrong in that context.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like maybe you have to say at points throughout history it was justified, but now it's wrong. Is that your view?
No, I would not say that.
So then you must disagree with abortion.
Yes, I do disagree with abortion.
Okay. So then in that circumstance, you think God is wrong?
Again, I am reading the scripture, and I haven't read that one, so I wouldn't be able to make a distinction based upon that.
Have you read Numbers before?
I have read Numbers.
So then you have read it before.
Well, yeah, but I've been going to church ever since I was little, so I mean, I've gone through scripture, but have I meditated upon it?
Were you coherent
on that
when you read it?
specific?
Like, were you old enough to understand what it was saying?
I would make a distinction that probably not.
So, okay. So, okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add then?
No, I think I think that's it. I hope you have a great rest of your day, though.
You as well, man. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Push the money gun. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Those are the best places to support me, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Tanya, thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. For the 4,000 people on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Sherry, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you. Kayla, thank you for the $1. Caleb with the $3. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
CK, thank you so much. I really appreciate the fireworks. Thank you. Why do you support Donald Trump? You cut out. I can't currently hear you right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do hear you now.
Why do I support Donald Trump? Because he's fucking masculine.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. How's he masculine insofar as
you think Kamala could take on the world, dude?
Yeah. I think she would have done a better job than Trump.
You really think? You think so?
Yeah.
The pressure that the president has every day Do you believe the average person can actually take that on?
I think they would do better than Trump. I would take the average
You
person.
think
over Trump.
Kamala can hold that pressure? See, we talk about politics and we talk about this and that, but we don't talk about when you get in that room, the pressure in that Oval Office that people have to take on when they give orders.
Why are
to
you
take
trying to
lives
act like men can
and
only
affect
take on
people
that?
in the world? No, I'm not saying, but we have
exactly
to get
what you were
real
saying.
here, buddy. We have to get real here, buddy. Okay? We could talk politics and all this shit about who should have ran what and what should have been ran. But with all these threats going on in the world, you think Kamala could have handled this pressure from Putin and all this shit going on?
Actually,
they would have
yes.
pushed over her.
Because Donald Trump just conceded to her position. He just
It's not only about politics.
He literally
and
just
what's-
said
and
that
who goes
after he
against her,
finally
but-
understands it fully. He said that he didn't understand it fully prior, and now he does, and he now understands that he needs to take Kamala Harris's position on the matter. Did you know that? He said that on Truth Social. I can show you the tweet if you'd like to see it.
Kamala Harris on what matter?
Yeah, in terms of Ukraine. So he thinks that
In
it is the
terms
case
of
that we can
Ukraine?
win back all of Ukraine.
Did you
in its
see him
original
embarrass
form.
that? Wait, hold on. First of all, the amount of people that came to see Trump and he had sat down and the attention he had, did you think Kamala had that power? You think they would have respected her? You think they would have came and
I think she'll get
actually
more respect, especially from our
listened
allies.
to that woman?
Yes, actually, public confidence amongst those different nations for what candidate would do the best for global affairs indicated that Kamala Harris had significantly higher confidence rating than Donald Trump. I can show you right now from Pew Research. All right, it was
Higher
55%. 55%.
So you're doing all this. Okay, I know you like research and you like the internet shit, but like I'm trying to say, dude, let's get down to common. Let's get down to common sense. I understand these numbers and all these shit, but a lot of this shit can get projected. And a lot of this shit, a lot of humans and the interactions that they take down and shit, a lot of people aren't active in politics. So a lot of them numbers are really hey son, stop. You're about to get off Roblox. Cut it out. A lot of these ratings and all this shit that you're looking up, these demographics, are people who are there fucking 60 and older, 50 and older, 40. It's not really projecting what the average person is doing. Most people aren't even in this shit, dude. Most people aren't even participating in voting. Most people aren't participating in this shit to even come up with these type of numbers. I understand this shit. Yes, that makes sense. But let's get on like real common sense terms. It takes a strong person to run a nation, right? Can we agree upon that? It's not for everybody. The decisions that they make in the office affect lives, right? Can we agree upon that?
Yeah, and I think that Kamala Harris had significantly higher confidence amongst different countries, especially those that are our allies, than Donald Trump. 55% confidence for her to do the right thing regarding world affairs versus 33% no confidence amongst 18 different countries on a median basis. And for Donald Trump, it was 34% confidence and 62% no confidence amongst the median.
So you're basically going off the numbers. See, I'm in the streets, okay? And people are talking. I'm talking about hood dudes running for Trump. I mean, you know how long the black people have been on the vote of the Democratic vote? It's black women in Chicago right now begging Trump to come clean up mess that the Democrats, not to come at the Democrats, but most of them just let this shit slide. It's a lot of criminal activity on the side that we're not going to really get into. But when you're in the streets, you get to see what's going on. It's a lot of violence. It's a lot of hate. It's a lot of shit going on that really needs to get touched. Okay?
It sounds like the crime that we're not like particularly holding to account is people like Donald Trump, who's a convicted criminal, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and pardoned those who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th.
Yeah, I understand that.
Maybe
But
voting
we're
for
not
him is actually going to be like not looking at and holding him accountable.
Okay,
right, in terms
every
of his crimes.
president has did something. We're not going to get perfect, brother. We're not going to get perfect.
I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm saying Kamala Harris is better than Trump.
That's what you're looking for. That's what everybody's expecting. This imaginary world, this imaginary fucking president that's not going to exist. The American people, we push filth. It's a common thing.
Hold up. So I would prefer perfection, but that doesn't mean I'm expecting perfection. I definitely don't expect perfection. There are plenty of things I disagree with Kamala Harris on, but I'm saying that Kamala Harris is a better candidate than Donald Trump.
You're saying a better candidate. I don't believe that. You know why I don't believe that?
Why?
Because it's not a natural. Just how my favorite streamer is like, I don't want to connect all that, but just how my favorite streamer is like Queso right now, and not like Kai Cenat and shit, because he's naturally doing what he has to do to make action without having to bring other figures to represent them. The shit when she brought Beyonce and Glorilla, you think that represents?
I'm sorry. Why did you just randomly talk about streamers? Dude, that was so weird. When she brought the celebrities
to dance and Jennifer Lopez, all that shit.
Dude, why are you randomly talking about
the black community?
What type of comparison does this have to the president?
But
I'm so
it's
confused.
the mindset. It's the mindset. We can't have this fucking buffoonery running the fucking country.
Trump is the buffoonery.
Really? That's what you want to put in front of the black people? It's only fucking 47 million of us in the fucking America. And you're going to put, instead of a fucking doctor or something, let's get fucking real. Go to the fucking little black girl that's been working her ass off to get shit done in the community. Why put fucking Glorilla in front? Why are y'all playing this fucking game?
Hold up. Wait, do you think that Kamala Harris is a good candidate? Because I think Kamala Harris is like one of the most qualified candidates in U.S. history.
No, brother.
If not the most qualified. So then give me a single qualification that she does not have that you think she should have.
Everything. She's not a real person. Her whole moral.
She's not a real person.
If we're going to judge people at what they did, let's judge what she does. She flip flops in relationship. This is her deep insight on her. She has things. She gives off. She gives off energies of leech energy. We want something for the people.
What did she do
what I'm saying?
specifically?
Even though half of the shit that we're going through right now, Kamala couldn't handle it. I guarantee it, brother.
You're just saying that she couldn't handle
the
it?
people in the office, the men in the office, most of the people running the presidency is white men, okay? We know that. That's a fact. Most of the people is white men. She can't handle that pressure.
Wait, so
she can't even handle pressure with her husband. She can't even keep a fucking husband. You think she could keep the...
By the way, she literally does have a husband right now. Donald Trump is the one who can't keep a significant other because he's cheated on every single one of them. And Melania clearly doesn't like him. You can see all the time, right? Melania doesn't want to be around him, doesn't want her to even, doesn't want them to like hold hands or like be near each other at all. Like you can literally see it, right? Melania does not like Trump. So like, I don't know what you're talking about in terms of that. And if you want to talk about in terms of the country, you have yet to name a single like qualification that say Donald Trump would have that Kamala Harris does not have. That would mean that Donald Trump is, say, a more qualified candidate for president. Because I think that Kamala Harris is significantly more qualified than Donald Trump. I can't hear you right now. I currently cannot hear you. It says you're unmuted too. It doesn't say you're muted. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay. So, I know on the political level you're saying how, you believe Kamala was, eligible for this, but why I like Trump is on a more grounded level. How he's able to shake hands with people that I'm from in the urban community, communicate, not be scared to grab figures like Kodak Black. He's playing a game that you guys won't understand until probably like 2 years from now. But if you study the way he's moving, it's genius. And he's actually in the mix with the people. He's in the mix.
You think Kamala Harris is not willing to like engage with people?
Would never walk with the people. Would never be involved this much as Trump is.
If you read her book, she talks about how that's exactly what she's going to do, and that's exactly what she is doing.
She never did. The people hated her before she even she ran for president. People didn't even like her at all on a real basis.
Not true. She had higher public
confidence. It was just more of just like the vote was for Kamala was because Trump, he was a threat. People look at him as a threat. So it was more like, fuck it. We'd rather have her in here than Trump. That's what it really was about. That's what it was about. So she got close because of that. But, Trump is, why I like Trump is because he walks with the people, man. He's a people person. He has more connections. Even though he does his wrong.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that's beneficial to the average American?
One policy?
Yeah, one policy.
How many? He's been dropping so many policies.
Like, name one.
We could say the policy where he, we get our overtime. Is that real? We get keep our overtime when we work overtime. Is that real?
No, it's just a deduction on overtime, which was also supported by Democrats. So that's not even one policy.
But why wasn't it never done?
That's like it was something that they were advocating for. That's legislation.
So why is he doing everything they advocating for?
He's not the one doing it. It was Congress.
So we're not going nowhere with Trump. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're actually saying?
Yeah, what we're going more towards.
That's what you actually believe?
I'll tell you, what we're going more towards is environmental catastrophe. What we're going more towards is oligopolies. What we're going more towards is corruption. What we're going more towards is like a worse overall system for the average person. Less taxes for rich people, more taxes for working class Americans. That's what we're moving closer towards. We're moving closer towards like authoritarianism.
Brother, last time I checked, we were already living in this reality.
Wait, yeah, you understand that?
Last time I checked, brother,
you understand we are living in authoritarianism, but we're moving even closer to authoritarianism.
America it's already been hard for people. If that was the case, it wouldn't be so many homeless people in Los Angeles. If you really get real and see what's going on,
one policy that Republicans
the drug epidemic that's going on. If we were really moving toward this great America, we wouldn't be in this position we are in now.
Hold up, can you name one policy that Trump or Republicans have ever advocated for or passed to help homeless people?
There's nobody that ever really did that besides, we'll say, helping the foreign people in the foreign aid, which I don't take nothing from that because it's about development.
So but I can tell you things that benefit homeless people for people specifically for Democrats. Democrats are the ones that have advocated for housing programs to ensure that people have access to housing. They've advocated for increases to the child tax credit to a significantly greater extent. They've advocated specifically for jobs programs to ensure that people have adequate access to jobs programs in this country through infrastructure plans, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, right? A bunch of different policies that have been beneficial across the board that have reduced the likelihood of homelessness for veterans. That have reduced the likelihood of homelessness for people who have families, reduced the likelihood of homelessness for people who particularly cannot afford rent, especially during the context of COVID.
The average person I know right now does not own a home, can barely feed their kids. Okay, all this abdication for what?
So you want to cut? You want Donald Trump's big beautiful bill that cut 420,000?
Why not shake the system up?
Let me please finish.
It's been a loop.
Let me please finish. You said that people right now do not have food. So you want to pass the big beautiful bill that cuts 420,000 children on average per month off of free school lunch and breakfast, 2.5 million people off their food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance, and still adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. That's the policy that you want.
Nobody's saying that, but us as a
the deduction on overtime.
We're not happy about nothing. We're not excited. The average American doesn't want to get off their fucking couch and do nothing. We have everything in the world, and you know what we complain about? Shit. We got everything, and we're fucking depressed. The average American is walking around depressed, complaining about life. The little
You said we have everything, but then we can't afford food. What are you talking about? You are contradicting yourself in the current sentence you're engaging in. And then the overtime deduction that you were specifically mentioning in the context of the big beautiful bill is in the big beautiful bill. So if you like the overtime aspect of the bill, well, then that also comes with the 420,000 children every single month being cut off their free school lunch and breakfast, the 2.5 million people off their food stamps on average every month, and the over 10 million people off their health insurance. So you understand that it comes with other things as well. In the meantime as well, everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Burren, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Nathan with the $20. Thank you so much, Nathan. Caleb with the $3. Kayla, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So not to come at America, but on the, it's a lot of obese going on here. Oh, Out of a lot of countries, I would compare us to lazy. This is a lazy country, okay?
Well, I'm sorry,
and we need to get real. We need to get.
No, don't associate obesity with being lazy. There are plenty of people that specifically are obese that has nothing to do with them being quote unquote lazy. That's such a ridiculous assertion to make, that specifically obesity is just because people are lazy. That's such a ridiculous standard. And also, I want to let you know, saying that as well doesn't actually help with obesity. There have been plenty of studies specifically, right, where people have been dealing with obesity, and it is the case that
I'm not saying
stigmatizing their body makes it worse, right, for them to be able to address their health in the very first place. You address your health not only just by specifically addressing people's health concerns in terms of obesity, but also addressing the realities that just because people specifically meet under a BMI of obese does not mean that they are obese. There are plenty of bodybuilders, for example, that would be under the context of being obese under that BMI distinction, yet they don't have unhealthy tendencies, necessarily speaking. And there are plenty of people that are not obese that have unhealthy tendencies. Like me, I eat unhealthy as fuck. I'm not super healthy, and it's not because I'm obese. I'm not. I'm on the other side. I am if anything underweight.
Consuming. McDonald's. This is the average American mindset. Is toxic, to be toxic in a toxic way. And I don't want to lie to myself. I don't want to lie like I'm in a great country. When you walk around and you look around and you see people pondering about really things that really don't matter in life. It's up to us to change our country. And what we're doing, a lot of people, we're really not contributing to anything, okay? And it's sad, it's the sad truth, okay? A lot of us aren't doing anything. And I believe we need this push and this reset to get people off their ass like the fire under the pan. Wake up, you can be great. You can get your job, your own job. You can work for yourself. You can provide for yourself. There's a way out. We're going to keep relying on the system. That's the game we're playing. But we all see we're not getting nowhere. The violence comes from everything that's being pushed. Every president's decision and everybody that's playing this game of running with negativity and evil to thrive and live. We're not going to get anywhere.
It's okay to rely on the system to some degree. I wanted to wrap in Santana. I just wanted to say that before.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying the system is bad.
Hold up. I wanted to wrap in Santana real quick.
But if your mom never pushes you out for you to walk on your own.
Santana, I can't hear you for some reason.
That was me.
Oh, sorry. I literally tried to send you an invite and it muted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was double muted. How's my mic? Am I okay?
You're good. We hear you now. It sounds amazing.
All right. Perfect. Hey, just so a question for you, because I've been listening and I heard your premise as far as, basically people need to grab those bootstraps and start to pull and all this other stuff. I get it. But even more so, it sounds like you're an accelerationist, right? I mean, your premise is that there needs to be a jolt. There needs to be a change. There needs to be like a force to push people to get up and do better and be better, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is, while I understand the point of acceleration is, right, I'm not even someone who's just like, oh, that's a horrible idea, but I always come to a crossroad and a dilemma, and I'm hoping that you can actually help me with this dilemma. How do you help those people that are going to be negatively impacted and harmed by this acceleration, right? There are certain marginalized people, specifically, people with disabilities that are going to be overwhelmingly harmed and impacted in a negative way. There's a lot of people not only going to lose their livelihoods, but literally lose their lives. Where's the line of demarcation for you? And how do we ensure that the least amount of people are harmed when like what you're advocating for is going to cause maximum harm?
Well, we lost the idea of living as villagers, okay? It's this selfish concept. Even when we say the American dream, we're chasing this selfish projection of things, right? So, of course, we need each other, okay? At the end of the day, regardless of whatever the fuck we want to say, we're gonna need each other.
I agree.
And of course, it's going to affect people, but we can either let it sit there and let it burn on fire, or we can continue to take care of who we need to. Us as a people, disability people, you think it's not going to people that's going to offer their time and volunteer It's
Right, but
nice
listen,
people out there.
so
This
I
is a
agree.
reality that we project out of fear.
I
Go
agree
ahead,
with
go ahead.
communal living, right? I think the community is really important. I absolutely believe in community. I think that we have to take care of each other, especially in a time where the government isn't taking care of its citizens. But again, you are advocating for something that's going to disenfranchise the disenfranchised even more, right? You're advocating for something that's going to overwhelmingly impact the least of us, and you don't have a plan to actually help them. You're basically saying that, oh, we're going to come together and somehow help people. There's going to be some type of, reckoning where we have. This is the problem that I have with the revolutionary talk. And it's not that we don't need a revolution. It's that we don't have an actual plan for a revolution in order to ensure those people that are going to be impacted are taken care of. We can talk about people with disabilities. We can also talk about people that's a part of the queer community, right? I mean, they already face majority of, oppression and hate right now in a normal basis. What do you think is going to happen when, this revolution occurs and then these people who are already ostracized, that's less than 1% of the population, are negatively impacted even more because they're further ostracized? Like, what happens to tribalism and racism? Like, how is that, charged? Like, the problem overall that I have is not that we don't need a revolution, because I think we do. But I think the idea of going about it the way that you're saying is not something that's practical. And voting for Donald Trump and supporting Donald Trump is not voting and supporting, acceleration. It's voting and supporting disenfranchising the people that need it, and putting the money in the pockets of the top 1% even more. Like, all you're doing is bolstering the people that already have.
Again, I'm not shooting. I wouldn't say I'm shooting for this revolutionary thought. That never wins. We understand that. But common sense and what we have to do in a sense, we can't skip the loop. So we're relying on a system that if it breaks down just forcefully, then what do we do? Then everybody's going to look for that revolutionary guy, or if the system just totally falls, we don't have mentally the ability to help each other, lift each other up. That's what I'm saying. The mentality, we would never grow as a nation as long as we're selfish. If it breaks down, we're supposed to be able to keep this shit alive. Everybody still continue going to your job without pay or not. Them people with disabilities, they need you. Our veterans, them old people, they need you. Who gives a fuck? Boo-hoo. Wake up. The American spirit. Be a patriot. Go do what you need to do. That spirit. See, we could play this boo-boo gaga game like somebody mysterious is going to come save you and put you. I never seen anything in my life come save me from the poverty I've been in.
Question for you. I mean, if that's your premise, right? If you think that for somehow that, that quote unquote American spirit is going to kick in, why hasn't it kicked in already? Why hasn't those people who are going to take care? Why is it that the people who are getting kicked off of Medicaid, there's no one coming to help them and help them ensure that they're going to have access to their insulin or medication, the things that they need? Or we can talk about the unhoused veterans who are on the streets, right? Who are, don't even have shoes, but people walk right over them and walk past them, and no one's actually actively helping. Hell, Donald Trump is making it illegal for them to be unhoused. And then you have people like Brian Kilmeade on Fox News advocating that we euthanize them.
What's so funny about
what are we
all
even
this?
talking about?
We all know that these people are fucked up. We know all these bums and everything out in the world. We all know this, and we're not doing anything about it.
Hold on. No.
We're not doing anything about it.
No. Like that is so sick of you to say no.
That's where I'm getting to.
For you to actually disrespect someone like that, you are no better than the next person. I am no better than the next person. And for you to call them a quote unquote bum just because they are unhoused, you don't know their life. You don't know the situation they went through. You don't know what took them to where they are. And hell, you are just as close to them as they are to you.
I consider myself as a bum in one time.
Yeah, but
I still consider myself
that's
a bum.
so disrespectful
You don't even know
to
me.
actually
why
alienate people like that.
Because my mindset as a black man has been bummed out. I've been taught and raised in an environment. I come from the hood. I don't know where you come from, but I come from where you're raised and it's cool to do bad shit. That's cool. It's cool to fucking rise up and be and do crazy shit and disrespect women. That was a cool, okay? So think about us kids coming from this mindset from yay high all the way up. I had to break that. First with me, I'm dealing with my mindset. I know what I am. I know I come from shit. I'm not afraid.
Yeah, so
I love
first and foremost, though, if that's the situation, because what I will tell you that you don't know about me is, yes, I come from the quote unquote hood too, but I don't walk around telling people that I come from the hood, because that does nothing to actually progress life, not for me and not for the people that I care about and not for others. So if you are someone who has come out of a situation of poverty and violence, like I have, then why aren't you out here advocating to help people instead of trying to actually say you need to grab those bootstraps like I did? If you truly came out of a situation like that, like I did, you understand that it's not so easy for people to do. And that's why we need to give a helping hand to others. That's why we need to care about other people. That's why we need to actually do things like pass legislation that's going to help the least of us, because once we help the least of us, it rises all boats. A tide rises all boats. Instead of sitting here saying that you need to figure it out like I figured it out, I would never tell anyone that. That's like, stop it. Stop it. Come on. You know better than that. You know it's not that easy to get out. You know that.
No, it ain't no. I understand that, but that's where I got to when I first was talking to Parker and I was explaining to him that it's people overseas with less than nothing that would love these opportunities. So what are we getting out? We're free. We're all free. It's a mental jail for a lot of people, okay? This is where I'm getting to. This mentality of America, okay? We want to go straight to politics. What should we do? What should we do? It's a mental thing. Most people, the average American, is walking past a poor person, person with misfortune. And then we go and we say, oh, this is wrong. But the average person is worried about their family. They want to protect their family.
I agree.
There's a lot of fear going on. It's a lot of stuff going on to where people don't even want to communicate with people no more. We're not unity.
Question for you, like genuine question. What's the solution? Like not saying that people need to figure it out themselves. What is an actionable plan that you can lay out? There's almost 6,000 people listening to your voice right now. What plan do you have that we can take an action on that'll actually help people? Instead of saying people need to get out of the quote unquote mental jail, they need to free themselves, they need to do, sure, we hear you. What actionable items can you lay out in front of 6,000 people?
The recycle plan.
We can actually,
the recycle plan.
What is that?
It's plenty of jobs in the hood that
sure. What's the recycle plan? What is that?
Recycle plan. We can get the kids and everybody in poverty. We can give them jobs around their community to clean up their community. Give these little kids little options and make them feel and start to love the country and get involved in the infrastructure and cleaning it. Us as leaders with
so is this something that you just thought of just now, or is this something that you actually created?
Solve everything, but we need to show us as leaders to solve a problem with the problem. You get what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying though, this recycle plan that you just mentioned, is this something that you just thought of, or is this something that you've actually started to action on? Have you put
it's something that I live by, okay?
No,
right? This is how I survive through life. So check it out. Check me out. No, check me out. So this is how I survive through life, okay? I come help you. I'm good at this, and you're good at that. And I give you this, and you give me that, and we still benefit from each other. It's a way to benefit from each other without stepping on each other's necks.
You're advocating for communism.
I wouldn't say communism because it's more of like a mutual thing that we can. You know, I got this. I can help you. We're losing our human nature. Okay,
you're advocating for communal living,
labels on how to
we have more power than the government, right, Parker? Am I wrong? I mean, that's what it kind of sounds like. You're advocating for communism.
Communism. I mean, if we want leaders, we're over here debating right now because we want to be told what to do. We want to be told what to do. How could it ever be communism?
I honestly don't know what his ideology is at all.
I don't either.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because
I feel like
it's free. My mind is free. Okay, you guys are attached to these words and these structural mindsets. That's the loophole.
But you're not
I
you're not
understand
giving
where you
any
guys come
actions.
from,
Your
but it's really
words,
more simple than what we're trying to map everything out.
right? But your words are fleeting, and the reason why Parker and I are having such a hard time actually pinning down what you're trying to say is because not only are your words not matching, but you're not giving actual actions. That's why I said, "What's the action?" You said the recycle plan, but you haven't been able to tell me what that really is. You said it's what you live by. That's why I said, "Is it?"
No, when I
put
started
pen and
talking,
paper?
you wouldn't let me finish what I was saying, but
Okay. Go ahead.
it's just I was trying to. I thought I explained it to you about how basically what you're good at, your skill levels, we barter each other's skills. You get what I'm saying? But we're so into this currency thing when
it's communism.
No, I'm just saying, like, us as people, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this.
You want to get rid of money?
Let's jump out of the system. Us as people, you think the average person, when you're on your back, you think the average American is gonna, out of 100 people, how many that walk by you, how many people you think is gonna give you a penny in your hat or give you some money? If you're on the side and you're broke and homeless, how many people out of 100 Americans, how many people you think is gonna put some in that hat?
Would you support a stateless class? Would you support a stateless, classless, and moneyless society, right? And one in which everyone takes care of each other?
No, that's impossible to run. If that was the case, then I would have been eradicated because it would be brute force. Me growing up in poverty and in them environments, they would have been knocking me off the booth. If it was no law and order, if it was no structure. So I'm not going against this, okay? I'm not going against like, oh, let's get rid of the good. It's not feasible. It's not logical. You know what I mean? We get rid of the government and then everybody on here that hates you, Parker, will be at your front door. Ready to raid into your home because there's no law and order.
I'm not advocating for that. I'm just asking, like, what is your position on the matter, essentially?
I genuinely would like for him to
We're not
answer
ready for that. We're not ready to be free. We're not ready for that. That's where I'm trying to get to.
But you're
I'm
saying
not trying to down the American people,
so
and
then
it's
you're
a
saying-
scary truth.
So then you're saying,
But most of these countries are way more developed than us, and they're way more structured, disciplined. Our mind is on the next fucking celebrity we can check out. We're really not moving towards something great. And if you look at the mindset of
Bro,
everybody,
stop
we're
yapping for
kind
half
of
a second. Parker
declining.
was trying to jump in. Like, stop talking for half a second. You're on your soapbox. I hear you. Right? You reached a higher level of consciousness. Cool. Parker, go ahead.
I kind of forgot. I'm not gonna lie.
You were talking about the stateless, systemless, classless, and
yeah. I was essentially saying, you said that like that was like we're not there yet. Is that like what you want in the future? But like you're on track to get that? Is that what you want? You want us to go towards that?
Yes, I mean if we can mentally, but we, like I said, I'm not going to discredit law and order. Okay, it's important, you know. The mentality of a lot of people, you know, it's just we got to be real with ourselves. Like it's not a lot of good people out there, you know. And
so it sounds like you're a leftist and you are advocating for us to move further left as a society. Right, it just is the case that you're saying that we're going to do so by bringing down the system, by putting people up like Trump. And I guess, how far are you willing to take this? Like, would you have voted for Hitler to cause about like a revolution after?
You said would voted? Why
like,
are
if
you
you-
comparing Trump to him? No, are you comparing Trump to him? Is that what you're saying? Is that like you're comparing Trump to Hitler?
And in this context, I'm comparing and saying, how far would you go?
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying.
Accelerationism. Like, would you go so far right that you meet up to Hitler?
No, because nobody. It's about helping people. Okay, it's about excelling human mentally. We need more facilities that work on the mental. You get what I'm saying? The problem isn't really
the question that Parker's trying to get across is how much harm are you willing to do in order to get the thing that you want? That's what's an acceptable level of harm to get to what you want. That's the question.
Because you're saying Trump's an acceptable level of harm, but Adolf Hitler's not. So I'm guessing, what to you, at what point do you establish that Trump would be within that acceptability of harm, right? Where it would be like, because like so you're saying someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, perved on naked women without their consent, and there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as 15 years old, so he's perving on little girls as well, right? Like all of those things is true about Donald Trump. At what point would it be too much harm insofar as that you wouldn't support him?
So you're basically, have you seen these things for your own eye?
What?
It's
Or
all
are these
documented.
things you heard about Trump, or are you actually?
No. It's all documented. It's all
It's
documented.
so it's footage.
Yes. Wait, do you believe things that you
But
only
I'm just
believe
saying
things
because
that there's footage of?
I come from a place where rumors, all this and that. But I'm just saying, do you really think he'll be in our office if he really was on this? The type of people we have running the White House, do you really believe this guy? If he was really this bad guy, do you really believe that they will be letting him walk around and do what he's doing?
Yes, that's what's happening right now.
There has to be some agreement on the Democratic
Can I clarify?
side.
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
So that was documented. It was facts. It was everything. They had it on footage. Critical evidence of his DNA.
Why do you keep saying footage?
Because I'm like, you guys are saying things that you probably possibly not true.
Wait, so you're saying that, and Parker just covered the fact that it was litigated in court where 9 jurors actually saw all of the evidence and then said yes.
You
Trump
said it was
did
litigated. So this is all true. So how is he possibly in the office then?
Because people like you supported him. People like you voted for him. People like you
me
that
supported him.
Yes, people like you that either didn't know about
So
this,
talking
that
about
didn't research.
So you're talking about your people. See, this is why we can't grow. So you're calling me ignorant and you're calling me stupid in your own terms.
So first and foremost, I didn't call anyone stupid. Let me be clear. I didn't call you stupid, but you are ignorant.
What you say, man. Be careful
what you say, brother. You are ignorant.
Hold on. No.
Okay.
Let me speak.
Bro,
Because you just say people. Dude, you're part of the pool.
Listen.
You're part of the pool.
Okay, cool.
Of you.
Cool. You're yapping like crazy. I'm sorry. I had to mute you. I'm not calling you stupid. You don't sound stupid. I don't think you're stupid. I do think you're ignorant, and ignorant just means a lack of information and a lack of knowledge. If you didn't know about the case with E. Jean Carroll, then you are ignorant of the case. That's what I am saying. And when I say people like you, I'm not saying black people, white people. I'm not specifically saying women. I'm not specifically saying, and I'm saying people that supported Donald Trump without knowing all the information or with just completely disregarding the information. People like you, that's what I'm talking about.
What do you mean? That's the whole country. That's damn near the whole country.
It's not.
You know how many celebrities people support when they do the foul shit? That's the average. That's the average person, bro. That's why I just told Parker. You looking for perfect. You want perfect, and I guarantee most of them people have these records that's not documented. A lot of these people do these crimes behind doors, buddy. Don't just think that just because Trump's out in the open, this happened. If this is real truth, and this is facts, well, that's just fucking human nature. Everybody.
Did you look any of this information up before you said you support Donald Trump?
What do you mean? I'm not looking up. I support the man because of.
Sure, but did you look into any of the actual claims?
I supported him because I felt like he can run the country and take the pressure. Since he want to do these things, we'll take this pressure of being in office and really make amends to what you did. We can't have perfect in the office. You know what I'm saying? And you saying you people, you know how many people
have perfect, but we can have a whole hell of a lot better than Donald Trump. We can have a whole lot better than Donald Trump. Donald Trump, not only is he a 34 count felon, he's an adjudicated rapist. He's an open racist, sexist, classist, fascist. Like Donald Trump is someone who's called for the eradication of the Constitution for his own personal gains, not because he thinks that it needs to be revamped. Donald Trump is someone that is actively harmful towards other people, including people like us, the marginalized community. Donald Trump in his administration, his campaign spent $215 million to vilify the transgender community when they represent less than 1% of the population. Donald Trump sits here and talks about that he's a part of, he stands for American freedom, while continue to disrespect our soldiers, our troops, and even trying to strip away rights from certain people when it comes to the Constitution. Donald Trump is a horrible human being. Full stop. Period.
You met him? You met him before?
No. I don't need to meet him to know that he is a horrible.
Why are
human
you
being.
saying he's a horrible human being? I don't get. See, now we're in this imaginary world, Citizen, and I'm glad this is your world. You're set in this world. You know, you're stuck. You're looking at what you see,
All good,
you know,
Parker.
instead of what you know and what you feel. I'm the type of person I can't see it or hear it, but I can feel it.
Really quick. And Parker, I've checked this, so I know we're good. Don't worry about it. Really quick. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to get your name before we started.
You want my real name?
It doesn't matter. I can't really see because my phone is a
Richie.
little far. Richie?
Yeah.
Richie. Quick question for you, if you don't mind. Do you like magic?
Do I like magic?
Yeah.
The world was okay. Now we're getting deep into the magic.
Just follow me for half a second, really quick. Do you like magic?
No, I've never seen magic exist.
Okay,
so
cool. Would you like to see a magic trick?
Is this a trick question?
Just yes or no. I would love to. Can I show you a magic trick?
So you want to get deep into the roots?
Just yes or no. Can I show you a magic trick? It's
so
really quick.
It's only 47 million black people.
It's really
in
quick.
America,
It's
right?
really quick.
Wait, hold on.
I got you. Don't worry about it. It's really quick.
Wait, let me tell you something.
Ta-da!
Yeah, I do have to get off, everyone. I'm a bit late. I've gotta get off, everyone. I've got plans. I love everyone so much. I actually stayed on a little bit later today, so it was fun. Yeah. It was good to see you, Santana. Are you gonna go live?
Later, like it's super early for me. So I how I got a million things to do, but I'll be on late. Tonight is the third night. Last night, listen, if anyone is interested, please give me a follow, but come through 11 p.m. 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Late nights with Santana. Myself and Brett Cross. This is our third night of conversation around gun reform. We are talking about how do we get gun reform in the United States of America. We've talked about the hangups that people have. We've talked about the Second Amendment right. We have people that have spoken on the position of they advocate for less restrictions around the Second Amendment, people that advocate for more restrictions around the Second Amendment. And what do we do to actually address gun violence within our country? And I think days like today is super important that we have this conversation. It's been really good. And tonight is the third night of that conversation. So if you're available, come through and anyone is welcome to join the conversation. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on or whatever your position is, as long as you can have a respectful conversation. That is the key to it. It's not a debate. It's a respectful conversation. We go one at a time. It's a panel discussion. Everyone's welcome. Join us.
That's going to be great. That's going to be great. If I can catch it, I'll try to.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been really tough, because Brett's situation, and it's been a really hard conversation, but it's been really good. So.
Well, I appreciate that. That's great. Make sure to go check it out later if you have the time to be able to do so. It was good seeing you, man.
See you, bro.
Have a good night. I have to get off right now, everyone. I got to get going right now. I'll send everyone over to Dean's Live right now. I actually don't have time to look through everything right now. Thank you to everyone. Seriously, everyone who sent gifts. I can't actually read through and look through everything right now. I got to get going right now. I am like a bit late. Go over to Dean's Live. I think he's live. People are saying DNC Dean in the chat. I love everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Love you, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye.